Hi, David. Mr. Leshin, Mr. Sullivan-Leshin, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
All right, I just want to make sure my sound was working.
Yeah, I couldn't when you first connected, but I can hear you clearly now.
All right, great. Thank you.
David, this is Carolyn. I just wanted to know if you got the email from me this morning where I sent you the names of the attorneys and the witnesses.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. As I said in that email too, we're going to have to figure out how to deal with Mr. Padilla's exhibit numbering. Did you see that too?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thanks.
I'm seeing a phone number 575-361-0212. May I ask who that belongs to?
Yes, you may ask.
And who is that, please?
This is Jeff.
Oh, Jeff. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I didn't recognize your voice at first.
That's okay. Or the number.
Good morning, Commissioner. This is Carolyn. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Miss Glick. I'm doing well. How are you?
Okay. You know, just continuing to cope with COVID, I mean.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad you're doing well, though.
Thanks. Are you?
Absolutely outstanding. I don't have to go to Santa Fe.
Are you disparaging our city?
Hey, whatever. Lots of wonderful people in that town. Just too many of them.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, this is Valerie.
Hi, Commissioner Espinoza.
Hi there.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning,
Morning,
Commissioner.
morning. Good morning, good morning.
Carolyn? Hello, Carolyn? Guess she's not there.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was on the phone with Commissioner Hall.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. How are we gonna, are you just gonna start the meeting and run it?
Yes, although Judy and Judy and Hans and possibly Russell will be addressing a few things with you, and I'll introduce them at that time.
Okay, so I'll just sit quietly and you'll start the whole deal.
Yes.
Great.
Okay.
There's someone connected to the meeting whose name is listed as conference room. May I ask who that is connected to?
That's Ray Padilla. I'm the attorney for Rocky Mountain.
Okay, thank you.
You're the director of operations, right? Well, he says you're.
Brad, are you gonna be around this afternoon? I wanted to give you a call.
Well, depending on how long this goes,
Okay,
yeah, I mean, I should be available afterwards.
okay, good.
Is Mr. Gillespie a witness?
He is Commissioner Hall's assistant. If he's connected, I imagine he's just watching, but he should probably not be participating in any ways.
All right, thank you. Ms. Glick, you are muted.
David, I just talked to Commissioner Hall, and as Isaac said, Colin is her assistant, and he will just be listening.
All right, thank you.
Before we go on the record, I want to tell everybody that I'm working at home, of course, because the commission doesn't have offices. And we have an emergency because our toilet broke. So we have a plumber coming out today between 11 and 1. So there's going to be a little disruption at my house. If it gets noisy, I will mute myself. But if I have to speak and there's some noise in the background, that's going to be inevitable, unfortunately.
Thank you, Judge.
David, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's go on the record. My name is Carolyn Glick. I am a hearing examiner with the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, and I was appointed by the commissioners as the presiding officer over this hearing. And we are here for a hearing today in case number 20-00181-TR-EN. The caption of the case is in the matter of the order to show cause against Running Bear Rescue, Inc., DBA Rocky Mountain EMS, in the matter of the formal complaints of Wendy Jo Ashworth and David Killinger against Running Bear Rescue, DBA Rocky Mountain EMS. Running Bear Rescue, DBA Rocky Mountain EMS may be variously referred to in this hearing as the respondent, as RMEMS, or as Rocky Mountain EMS. The commission scheduled this hearing for the purpose of, one, if it should immediately issue a suspension of respondent's operating authority, and two, whether any such temporary suspension should be in effect until issuance of a final order in this case.
Ms.
Sorry.
Glick, you're cutting out periodically.
Until issuance of a,
Final order in this case. With me here today are Commissioners Cynthia Hall, Jefferson Byrd, Valerie Espinoza, Teresa Vicente Aguilar, and Chairman Stephen Fishman. Also participating are Judith Amer. Excuse me? Judith Amer, Hans Mueller, and Russell Fisk, attorneys in the Commission's Office of General Counsel. The court reporter today is David Lee. At this time, I will take appearances from staff and Rocky Mountain EMS.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. On behalf of Transportation Division staff, I am Bradford Borman. I am joined, as I look on the screen, by my witnesses, James Martinez, Vince Crispin, and Jason Montoya.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. My name is Ray Padilla. I represent Rocky Mountain EMS in this particular matter. And with me is Richard Austin, who is the Director of Operations for Rocky Mountain EMS.
Thank you. Initially, I want to remind all participants of an order issued yesterday by the Commission, which is the order for redaction to protect confidentiality. That order states that any reference to employee drug testing results during this hearing shall maintain the anonymity and confidentiality of the employee names. The employees named in staff's updated investigative report with positive drug test results shall be referred to as employee A, B, C, and D, as stated in the redacted version of staff's updated investigative report that was uploaded to Dropbox by the Office of General Counsel. At this time, I believe either Ms. Amor or Mr. Mueller wishes to address the Commission regarding the respondent's appeal to the entire Commission of issuance of a bench request.
bench request.
Examiner. Commissioners, Chair Fishman and fellow commissioners, the commission issued a bench request order on December 9th seeking production of documents relevant to this hearing, specifically internal policies and procedures for implementation and enforcement of a zero-tolerance drug policy, including drug test results from any drug testing or alcohol testing completed or dated October 28, 2019, and subsequent enforcement for those employees, and a copy of the published notice of the zero tolerance policy on respondent's website. Respondent filed an appeal to the bench request order on December 10th, asserting a denial of due process rights, among other claims, and asking the commission rescind the order. At this time, my recommendation to the commission would be that under Commission Rule 18.3.7.14, which is maintenance, preservation, and retention of records, all required records are subject to inspection by the commission and shall be maintained so that they are readily accessible. The nature of the bench request order essentially asks for documents, employee that should be readily accessible, and employee files, and a zero tolerance policy that should be published on the website. All of these documents should have been readily accessible for review by the commission. At this time, my recommendation then is to issue an order denying the request for rescindment of the bench request order, and that essentially indicating that respondents should have readily available those documents requested in the bench request order. So I'll stand for any questions the commission has regarding this issue of the appeal of the bench request order. And if there are no questions from the commissioners, I would ask for a motion.
Madam Hearing Examiner, do I have an opportunity to argue my motion?
Mr. Padilla, no.
I'll move the motion.
I'll second.
Madam Hearing Examiner, who would you
I
like?
will second the
roll.
motion. Okay.
Excuse me, what exactly was the motion?
You requested-
To accept Hans's treatment of the bench request.
So there's a motion to deny the respondent's appeal of the bench
Yes.
request order.
Yeah,
Okay. So we have a second. How do we do? Michael, do you take the roll on this, or how do we do this? Or Examiner Glick, do you take it?
I can take it, Commissioner.
Okay.
Bird. Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
aye.
Commissioner Espinoza,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall, your microphone is muted. I will move to Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, by a vote of 4-0, the motion, excuse me, I'm looking for the
I
title.
vote aye. This is Commissioner Hall. I vote aye, sorry.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Commissioners, by a vote of 5-0, respondents appeal to the entire commission of the Commissioner Espinoza's bench request order issued December 9th, 2020 by single signature order is denied.
Now I believe either Ms. Amer or Mr. Mueller wishes to address the commission regarding the respondent's failure to respond to the bench request.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Chairman Fishman, fellow commissioners, due to the extent that respondent did not comply with the bench request order, I would recommend the following evidentiary sanctions against respondent. The sanctions are appropriate under Commission's Rule 1.2.225J, indicating that the evidentiary would read as follows. The respondent shall not be allowed to present any evidence contrary to the commission's finding that employee A received a positive drug test result from a test completed on or dated October 28th, 2019. And respondent shall not be allowed to present any evidence contrary to the commission's finding that following the positive drug test results from the test completed on or dated October 28, 2019, employee A did not complete a substance abuse treatment process, evaluation, or return to duty process prior to returning to work. I would recommend that as evidentiary sanctions only against respondent.
So moved.
Second,
You didn't need a second. It was just moved into the record.
excuse me, Presiding Officer Glick, there would need to be a motion to impose the sanction. This is not moving something into evidence. It is a motion to sanction respondent for failing to produce the documents that were requested by the bench request order, and consequently to sanction the respondent by not being allowed to present evidence on the issue as Mr. Mueller described.
So do we have a
So
motion?
I will submit resubmit the motion to produce the evidence.
And I will second. And Michael, please call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, may I just clarify? I believe your Associate General Counsel's recommendation is not that the respondent be ordered to produce the evidence, but that the respondent be sanctioned in this case for not producing the documents by not being allowed to present evidence on 2 points.
Correct. Do all the commissioners understand what Carolyn was just referring to?
This is Commissioner Hall, and yes, I understand.
Terrific. Judy, why don't you call the roll?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Espinoza,
Aye.
and Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
The motion to impose the sanction of not presenting evidence on those 2 issues has passed 5-0.
Thank you for that clarification, Hearing Examiner Glick.
Hearing Examiner Glick, I just want to make sure I understand. My understanding is that the ruling of the commission is that I am not allowed to deal with this drug test for employee A, and it's only for that single employee, correct?
Yes, I will state the sanctions imposed by the commission again for everyone's benefit. First is that the respondent shall not be allowed to present any evidence contrary to the commission's finding that employee A received a positive drug test result from a test completed on or dated October 28th, 2019. The second sanction is that the respondent shall not be allowed to present any evidence contrary to the commission's finding that following that the positive drug test result from a test completed on or dated October 28th, 2019, employee A did not complete a substance abuse professional's treatment process, nor an evaluation, nor a return to duty process. In the order that I issued yesterday, I allocated time to Mr. Borman and Mr. Padilla. I allocated to them 3 hours each to cover direct examination, cross-examination, and up to 10 minutes of closing argument. I will be keeping track of your time, and if at any time you want to know how much of your 3 hours you have used, feel free to ask me. So at this time, Mr. Borman, you may present your first witness.
Madam Hearing Examiner, before Mr. Borman starts, I'd like to note for the record my objection to the allocation of time on the basis that Mr. Borman's witnesses have all filed pre-filed testimony, and Mr. Borman only asked for 30 minutes of time for cross-examination, while my witnesses, depending on the necessity, and my witnesses could be very much shorter, I don't know. But the amount of time that should be allocated, it's our position that the amount of time that should be allocated to the respondent should be greater than to the to staff's witnesses, if for no other reason that the cross-examination of staff's witnesses should be anticipated to take a longer period of time. So as I said, I'd just like to note that for the record, Madam Hearing Examiner. I understand your order.
Mr. Padilla, your objection is noted. Mr. Foreman, please call your first witness.
Thank you. Staff calls James Martinez.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission.
David, will you please swear the witness?
Mr. Martinez, would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Martinez. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed with the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. I work for the Transportation Division. I'm a state investigator for the Investigators Bureau.
Okay. How long have you been an investigator?
I've been an investigator for 4 years, sir.
4 years. What did you do before that?
I was in law enforcement for 17 years.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm not hearing the witness. I can barely hear the witness. Hearing examiner is what I mean. Madam Hearing Examiner Glick, it's very difficult to hear the witness.
Mr. Martinez, can you turn up your audio, please?
I will.
Thank you.
It's all the way up, man.
Mr. Martinez, if you just make sure you speak as loudly and clearly so everyone can hear you, that would help us move through this.
Okay.
So as part of your role as an investigator for the commission, have you performed investigations of transportation companies in the past?
Yes, my first year with the Public Regulation Commission, I did motor carrier, so I would mainly do towing companies. Then
I'm sorry, mainly do what kind of companies?
Towing companies.
Thank you.
And for 3 years, out of my 4 years that I've been with the Public Regulation Commission, I've been an investigator for the ambulance services throughout New Mexico.
Okay. And when you were with law enforcement before you joined the commission, did you perform investigations as part of that job?
Yes.
Okay. So as part of your duties in your current job with the Transportation Division, did you perform an investigation of Running Bear Rescue, Inc., DBA Rocky Mountain EMS, as directed by the commission in its orders in this case?
Yes.
And based upon those investigations, did you prepare or participate in preparing reports?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you have the document that's been marked as Staff Exhibit 1?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you identify that document?
That is a staff refiled investigative report.
Okay.
And then as I go down, that is my investigative report dated on November the 13th.
Okay. What was that investigative report prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you have any changes or corrections to that report?
Yes, down at the violation, sir.
Yes.
I've, can go down. On my report on page,
Mr. Martinez, are you talking about page 8?
yes.
Thank you.
Violations, if you look, if you scroll down where it says 18.3.4.10A, 1, it should be 2 and 3 instead of A, C, and D.
Looking for this right now.
Yeah. So it should
Okay.
be 18.3.4.10A, 2 and 3.
A, 2, and 3. Okay.
And then on my report as well, 18.3.3 NMA, see, that's a typo. That can take that.
Okay. Okay. As you have just corrected staff exhibit 1, are the statements in that exhibit true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes,
Okay. Do you adopt staff exhibit 1 as your sworn testimony in this matter?
yes.
Okay. At this time, I would like to move admission of staff exhibit 1.
Mr.
So
Padilla,
moved.
oh. Mr. Padilla, any objection?
No, ma'am.
Staff Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Martinez, do you also have a copy of staff exhibit 2, the version at the OGC redacted and was distributed last night?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now with staff exhibit 2, well, why don't you identify what staff exhibit 2 is?
It is Transportation Division staff redacted, updated investigative report corrected. And it
Okay.
is my investigative report, December 7th.
Okay, and was staff exhibit 2 prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to staff exhibit 2?
No, sir.
Are the statements in staff exhibit 2 true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes,
Okay. Do you adopt staff exhibit 2, OGC corrected, I guess that version, as your sworn testimony in this matter?
yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I would move staff exhibit 2, the version that the OGC redacted, as staff exhibit 2.
Mr. Padilla, any objection?
I have no objection, Your Honor, but I would like to note for the record that as a hearing examiner is well aware, I'm extremely computer illiterate. And so when we're talking about the redacted versions, I did not print out the redacted versions. And the only reason I'm pointing that out is when we get to the point where we might be talking about employee A, B, or C. I know now who employee A is, but I don't have any idea on the redaction who B and C are. And I know we cannot openly discuss that on the record, but I'm going to have to come up with a way to figure that out.
Well, Mr. Padilla, frankly, that's unacceptable. The Office of General Counsel's redacted version was emailed to you. So it was also uploaded to Dropbox, but you had it emailed to you. So you could either have printed that from your email, or at the minimum, you should have looked at it to see which employees the Office of General Counsel identified as employees A, B, C, and D.
And just for the record, I knew it was uploaded to the Dropbox, but I did not, I was in my office until 7:30 last night, and I did not get an email from the Office of General Counsel with a redacted version.
That was sent by me. And let me tell you what time I sent that. I sent that at 6:19 p.m. I sent it to the email service list.
Yeah.
So
I didn't see it, but
so staff exhibit 2 is admitted, and for the court reporter's benefit, David, when you go to Dropbox, there are 3 versions of staff exhibit 2 in Dropbox. The one that has been admitted is the first staff exhibit 2 listed, and it is entitled Staff Exhibit 2 Updated Report OGC's Redactions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Borman, you may continue.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez, do you have available to you Staff Exhibit 4?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you identify Staff Exhibit 4?
That is my investigative report dated November 16th, 2020.
Okay, that's the supplemental report that you prepared?
Yes, that is a supplemental report.
Okay, and was Staff Exhibit 4 prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any changes or corrections to Staff Exhibit 4?
No, sir.
Okay. Are the statements in Staff Exhibit 4 true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Do you adopt Staff Exhibit 4 as your sworn testimony in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I would like to move admission of Staff Exhibit 4.
Mr. Padilla, any objection?
I do object on the basis that these exhibits, which would have been Exhibit 1 as well as Exhibit 4, were required by the commission to be filed by the close of business on October 16 of 2020. While the exhibit is dated October 16 of 2020, it was not filed until after that date, which is true also for Exhibit 1. So the exhibit is in violation of the commission's order. I'd also like to note once again that if this was uploaded to the Dropbox, I just have no access to that. As a matter of fact, you did me the favor of uploading my own exhibits to the Dropbox.
Well, Mr. Padilla, you have the dates wrong. Staff Exhibit 4 is a supplemental investigative report by James Martinez dated November 16th, 2020. And Staff Exhibit 1 is an investigative report by Mr. Martinez dated November 13th, 2020.
Okay, well, the one that was November 13th was actually filed. It's shown in the e-docket for the commission as having been filed on the 17th. That should have been filed by commission order. That was required to be filed by the close of business on the 16th. So it wasn't timely filed. As far as the supplement is concerned, I'm assuming that the supplement is a supplement to the report of November the 13th. So that would have been untimely filed as well.
Mr. Borman, do you want to respond?
I'm not sure exactly what Mr. Padilla is arguing here. I mean, Staff Exhibit 1 has already been admitted, so I don't, and Mr. Padilla didn't object to its admission. Staff Exhibit 4 is a supplement that accompanied staff's motion for the, I guess that predicated this particular proceeding, or at least asked for a proceeding similar to this to immediately suspend Rocky Mountain. And that was, there was no deadline on filing that supplement, and that supplement was appended to that motion in order to demonstrate the need for the relief that staff is requesting. So I'm not really quite sure I'm following what Mr. Padilla is asking for.
Well, with that explanation, Madam Hearing Examiner, I have a further objection, and that is that the motion that Mr. Borman is making reference to is outside of the scope of your order as to what this hearing is about. Your order says that the scope of the hearing pertains only to the November 13 and December 7 matters, and to Mr. Crispin's report as well. It does not make any reference to this supplemental, which is a motion that is part of this case, but it's not before the commission for the purposes of the immediate suspension. It is ultimately before you for either ruling upon or ultimately making determinations upon at the hearing on April 12th of 2021. This case is a little unusual because it's been split up into two proceedings, but it's out, as I say, it's outside the scope of your order with regard to what this hearing is about.
Okay, I'm going to deny the objection. My pre-hearing order did say that I would treat certain documents as staff's pre-filed testimonies. It did not preclude staff from moving other documents into evidence as staff exhibits. And staff's motion is not the subject of this hearing, but my order said nothing that precluded staff from moving into evidence an exhibit attached to that motion. So your objection is denied and staff exhibit 4 is admitted.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. May I proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Martinez, are you familiar with the hearing examiner's pre-hearing order in this case?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that, Mr. You cut out, Mr. Borman.
I apologize. I can restate my question, if you will. Mr. Martinez, are you familiar with the hearing examiner's pre-hearing order in this case?
Yes.
Okay. You're familiar with paragraph H of that pre-hearing order?
Yes.
Okay. Are you prepared to discuss the issues that are identified in paragraph H of the pre-hearing order?
Yes, could I?
Do you want me to ask?
Excuse me?
Would you like me to ask you or outline what the paragraph H requests?
Yes, please.
Okay. The first part of paragraph H asks, can you describe the safety violations committed by Rocky Mountain which endanger the public health or safety that we have identified in response to the order for staff investigation and the order to show cause? Can you identify what those safety violations are?
Yes. Can I go through my investigative reports?
Sure.
Madam Hearing Examiner, are we talking about factual? My understanding of paragraph H of your pre-hearing order is that the witness is to basically identify the statutory or regulatory sections, rule sections that are applicable to these alleged violations. not to go through a factual explanation of what the investigation showed. The investigation itself is in evidence.
Mr. Padilla, that's incorrect. Paragraph H of my pre-hearing order requires staff to orally do three things. The first is to describe all safety violations. The second is what you just mentioned. For each safety violation described, state the statute or commission rule that was violated. And the third thing I ordered staff to orally state is for each safety violation identified, state whether staff found the violation to be continuing in its written update. So go ahead and proceed, Mr. Martinez.
Yes, the morning of November the 10th, myself and Bureau Chief Fidel Archuleta, he assisted me to go to the Santa Fe base for Rocky Mountain. And on that location, they have their ambulance stationed there. Well, that morning, there was ambulances that didn't have oxygen cylinder tanks, and they were ready to transport patients on that morning. I was met by an employee, and she stated that she was the supervisor that morning, Lene Forkner. She was the paramedic that morning, and that's when I conducted my investigative order from the commission. There was several units, again, like I said, didn't have oxygen cylinders. So what oxygen cylinders, that is the main oxygen supply for these ambulances. So on one of the ambulances, if I can go to my report, they, on unit 64, oh, excuse me, sorry.
Mr. Martinez, can you tell me, please, what page and line you're looking at on your report?
Okay, hold on. It's going to be page, trying to minimize it, sorry. The way it's cut off on this, it's, I want to say page 3, I believe.
Mr. Martinez, what is Mr. Archuleta's first name, please?
Excuse me?
What is Mr. Archuleta's first name, please?
Archuleta? Fidel Archuleta.
Can you spell it?
Fidel.
Thank you.
Are you finished, Mr. Martinez, or are you?
Yeah, I'm trying to find where Mr. Padilla asked where I wrote it.
Mr. Martinez, I think it's on page, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's on page 8 under unit 59.
Okay, so, thank you.
But correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes. So unit 57 on the safety, again, did not have, actually the unit 57, if you go see in my report, unit 57 did not have it had an oxygen cylinder, but it did not have a gauge indicating to see if the cylinder was full or empty. So that unit that morning, EMT Miguel de la Cruz him and his driver were headed out to do a transport. I allowed it because it was full. I felt it was full, but I advised him that he needed to get a regulator gauge with the yoke on that oxygen cylinder. That was unit 57. That is one of the safeties. If a paramedic that cannot, or EMT or staff cannot tell if that cylinder is without a gauge, if it's not full, how can they tell if the whole cylinder is full? On unit 59, oxygen cylinder was empty. I opened the cylinder to see if it had oxygen in it. Did not have oxygen. That's a safety violation. Unit 61 as well didn't even have no cylinder in it. The gurney or stretcher was inoperable, was not working at that morning. The driver, Desmond Spikes, that morning, he was told by Lene Faulkner to put a cylinder. He did not know how to put the yoke with a gauge that morning, so Ms. Faulkner had to teach him that morning how to put on a gauge on that oxygen cylinder. Unit 63, again, had no oxygen cylinder in that unit. And those were for the actual ambulances that morning on those safety. One of their, on unit 63, also one of their portable, on unit 63, one of their portable oxygen cylinder was empty. I'd annotated no John bags, no medical box in the actual ambulance because they were supposed to go to another interfacility transport that morning. So when I pointed out these oxygen cylinders, they were trying to scramble to get one ambulance ready on this transport. I allowed them not to go that morning until they fixed those deficiencies before they transported a patient. So Ms. Faulkner rescheduled that transport to a later time. The only ambulance that I allowed to go that morning was with Mr. De La Cruz with a full oxygen supply without a gauge, but I made sure it was full on that main oxygen supply.
Does that complete your response to the first question of paragraph H?
Yes.
Okay. And then we have the second paragraph, or the second portion of paragraph H, which states, for each safety violation described, state the statute or commission rule that was violated. So can you identify which statutes or rules, the issues that you identified previously, which rules and statutes that those violate?
So also, Mr. Boardman, that was one of my reports, okay? And then at that base.
Okay.
I'm moving forward. When I went down to Albuquerque to the main office.
Oh, so, okay, so you're still responding to the first part of paragraph H, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
So this, again, this was November 10th. I went to the office, myself, investigator Vince Crespin, and Bureau Chief Fidel Archuleta to the Santa Fe, to the Albuquerque office in the Rocky Mountain main office in Albuquerque. We went to this location. I went to this location to investigate all driver files and maintenance files.
Okay.
Okay. Again, I mean, there's pictures on my report on ambulances that had some maintenance issues, but doesn't violate no safety issues on that. But I wanted to make sure that these ambulances had been properly maintained because there were some pictures, so I didn't want an ambulance to break down with a patient in the middle of the, if they were doing these transports.
Okay. Did that particular visit identify any violations that would endanger the public health or safety?
Yes,
Okay.
and that was the oxygen, no oxygen cylinders or main oxygen supplies in these ambulances.
Okay. And just to clarify, that was at the Santa Fe visit, is that correct?
Yes, that's Santa Fe base where they keep majority
Okay.
all of the ambulances except one.
Okay. And so your visit to the Albuquerque office, did you identify any safety violations which would endanger the public health or safety at that visit?
Yes.
Could you describe those?
Okay, let me find it. So when I was there, myself, Investigator Crespin, and Bureau Chief Archuleta, looking at driver files. And these driver files, there are several items that need to have as per PRC rules. One would be a DOT physical, pre-employment drug screenings, background checks, licensures, there's motor vehicle reviews. So we met with Mr. Little, the owner of Rocky Mountain EMS. When we were there, I had mentioned to give us all current and former folders for these driver files. He gave me the current files. I had asked for certain files, which was on Mrs. Wendy Ashworth complaint. He told me that most of his formal driver files that she took him, that she stole them from the office. So he did not have those. So moving forward, I had asked for some current employees' driver files. And I had asked for...
Mr. Martinez, I'm going to interrupt you for a minute, and I just want to clarify something you said earlier. Someone told you that these documents had been stolen, is that right?
Yes, that was the owner of Mr. Little. The owner, Ed Little, told us that his former employee, Wendy Ashworth, had taken or stolen those driver files when she left.
Thank you.
Yes.
So please,
excuse me?
Please proceed.
Okay. So during the investigation of these driver files, there were no background checks. So, for instance, Landon Jett, he didn't have a background check on this file. Pre-employment drug screenings. So I didn't know if they had, if they drove, I could not tell if they had been, pre-employment drug screen at the time. I had asked for his son Bradley Little's driver file. Again, it didn't have a pre-employment background check or drug screening. So on and so forth. So when we went and looked at two driver files, we looked at one employee that had a positive drug screening in his file. And it was a drug screening that had been dated. He presented he gave a sample on October 11th, and a medical review officer signed off on this drug test on October 28th, indicating that it was a positive drug screening on methamphetamines, marijuana. So I asked Mr. Little if he was still employed. Yes. And upon my investigation as well, he had been driving. And this driver, who's indicated on my supplemental report, because during this investigation, I received another complaint, and this driver had drove this patient from Rio Rancho, New Mexico, went towards Gallup, head back to Las Cruces because his medical doctor told him to go down. He needed more patient, or sorry, he was told he was needed to be taken to Las Cruces. But anyway, this driver had a positive drug screening since October 2019. And I asked Mr. Little if he had, if he knew, if he was aware. And yes, I asked him if he had conducted a SAP program for him. He said no. So he had done random drug screening on him. So that's a safety violation. We didn't know if this driver, he was still driving, if he had, was still under the influence of these drugs.
This driver was still driving as of the time that you did your investigation?
He had just, we had interviewed this driver on this other complaint that we had during this investigation, and he admitted that he was the driver on October the 28th, 2020.
Okay.
Madam Hearing Examiner, just for the record, it's my understanding, listening to this testimony, that the witness is talking about employee A, that the commission has issued its sanction with regard to this morning. Would that be correct, Mr. Borman?
I believe that's who Mr. Martinez is referencing, but I think he would have to answer that question.
Yes,
Yeah.
employee A.
Okay.
And that would be, on that positive result should be on exhibit.
Madam Hearing Examiner, that's already been established by commission order.
Okay. Then, upon looking at other driver files, there was another employee, which is employee B. This employee had a positive result as well. She had been also she was listed as a driver as well.
Okay.
So those are the safety violations, and majority of their driver files are missing a lot of these drug screenings, background checks, motor vehicle reviews, driver license checks. That's in violation.
And this was as of your November, I think it was November 10th investigation, is that correct?
Number 10.
Okay.
So when we went on moving forward to November 13th, these same violations, none of the vehicles were in violation, or we looked at driver files because Mr. Little said that he would have, if we could go back, he would have files. We gave him a list of names on November 13th, and on November 13th, myself, Investigator Crespin, and Bureau Chief Archuleta went again to the office in Albuquerque to look at these files. At that time, I told Mr. Little, I gave him a list of names of files that I wanted to see. And he came up with some files. And again, he could not produce these former employees' files.
Okay, so,
It was pretty much on the same drugs, no drug screenings, no background checks, and these current employees, some of the current employees had been driving. Or I had checked, for instance, there was drivers that were driving prior to them getting drug screened, having their DOT physicals. So they had already been driving prior to them getting drug screened or DOT, having their DOT physicals. And also on the November 8th as well.
so I just want to clarify, are those the safety violations that you identified that endanger the public health or safety that were, I guess, identified in the commission's initial order for staff investigation in order to show cause?
Yes.
Okay,
So getting to it would be it would be under 18.3, .4, .10, A2, and 3.
okay, and that's you're referring to now commission rule that this violates, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's 18.3.4.10 requirements applicable to all drivers.
Yes.
And
Other than small passenger vehicles.
Yeah. And A is drug and alcohol testing.
Yes.
And 2 is procedures for transportation workplace drug and alcohol testing programs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And 3 is controlled substances and alcohol use for testing for drivers.
Yes. And also would be a federal rule which we've adopted. It's the same federal rule 382.215 and 382.217.
Okay. And what about the violations that you identified when you were in Santa Fe?
Okay.
You know what statutes or rules that would violate?
Yes, let me see here. That would be 18.3.7.14. .12.
I'm sorry, I wasn't clear on that. Did he say point 14 or point 12, or did he say both?
Let me get to it. Sorry. Yeah, 18.3.14.12.
Turning to that now.
Let's see, make sure, hold on. sorry, 88, let's see.
Is that-
18.3.14.14, that's what it is.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
I'm sorry, could you say that again? I didn't catch that.
18.3.14.14.
And that is entitled required equipment?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other statutes or rules that you identified as being violated in either of these visits?
I didn't annotate on the federal rule 40.305 for the return to duty process.
Okay.
On the employee employee A and B for the return to duty process.
Okay. And you identified 40.305, is that from the Code of Federal Regulations?
Yes.
Okay. And then I guess moving on to the third part of exhibit or paragraph H, for each safety violation identified by staff in its refiled investigative reports, state whether staff found the violation to be continuing in its written update. So, and the written update, I believe, from this order talks about our update, staff's update that was filed earlier this week. So in investigating and preparing the update, I guess that's staff exhibit 2. Did you find any of these safety violations continuing at that time?
Yes, so on my updated report, so when I went on November 10th, I talked to Mr. Little, and on the 13th, he told us he had sent himself, he was a driver himself. And I also pointed out to him on the 13th that he didn't have any drug screening. He said himself, his son, Brandon Little, and he had had employee A to have an additional drug screening after our visit on November 10th. He presented a chain of custody. Well, the chain of custody on this drug screening is, what it is, it's that they gave a sample, urine sample, to the Concentra. They went and did a drug test. On December 8th, on my updated report, I saw the results. I requested the results of these findings on these drug screenings. And employee A had a positive drug screening. And employee, I guess, C had a positive drug screening.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm confused. I'm not sure whether the witness is talking about employee A and B with regard to his initial report, which is dated November the 13th, or whether he's talking now, whether he moved to his updated report, which is dated December the 7th. That he started talking about what happened on November 10th, which is in his first report. Then he moved on to some other things with regard to a subsequent drug test for employee A, which, if I'm understanding this correctly, pertains to his updated report. I'm just trying to get clear which report he's talking about and at what point in time these things happened.
Okay, so on November the 10th, we saw driver files that were missing pre-employment drug screenings, pre-employment background checks. We found 2 employees, which is employee A and B, that had positive drug screening. Employee B was called that morning, and it wasn't in her file, but she produced and only by, or actually that was on, let me go back, on the 13th. Okay, the 10th is when we found this. On the 13th, she produced a prescription, and that was over the file because Mr. Little called her, and she sent him over text. Was not on her driver file on what she tested positive for.
So this is still on your first report, correct? This is your initial report.
That would be on my second report.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is not cross-examination yet. I'd rather let the witness.
I'm just trying to get clear as to which report we're at so that I can deal with it properly in cross-examination.
Okay. Trying to get it. That was on my updated report, sorry.
The updated report that was filed on December 7th.
Yes.
Okay.
So on the 10th, we found this. On the 13th, he said he sent him on employee A for another additional drug screening. And on December 7th, on my updated report, that was the findings of the drug screenings on his second drug screening. On that updated report, there was additional, again, missing driver file, or these driver files, he couldn't produce on the ones that we asked him on the 10th, on the 13th, and on the 7th, November 10th, November 13th, and December 8th, 7th. There was, again, these files were missing those items: DOT physicals, drug screening, background checks. Again, employee A had a positive drug screening. A former employee that he produced on that day that I had requested on November 10th, he didn't have, and he produced it to me on December 8th. She was a former employee, and she had tested positive in May, and she continued to drive. And then there was a memo on her file that they had dropped a patient. She was only a driver with an EMT. I looked into the patient care report. So she gave a sample in April 2020. Medical review officer, doctor or officer, signed off that she had a positive result on her drug screening. She continued to drive till the middle part of June 2020. And in her file, there was an incident report that she had signed, that she had filled out, that they had dropped a patient when they were transporting it.
And first of all of this updated information, this is all included in your December 7th updated report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other, I guess, what we would characterize as continuing violations that you found included in your updated report?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, I don't have any additional questions for Mr. Martinez. Thank you for your time. Mr. Martinez is available for cross-examination.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm ready to proceed if you want me to, but I'll note that it's approximately 10 after 10. I don't know what kind of schedule you want to keep in terms of possible bathroom breaks or whatever else that people might want. I'm just bringing that up because obviously my cross-examination is going to take a bit with this witness.
David, I plan on taking a 30-minute lunch break at noon. Is this a good morning break time for you, David?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's take a break and let's come back at 10:20.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and Mr. Borman?
Yes.
You have used 53 minutes and 36 seconds.
Thank you. I need to get my witness back.
Yes, I was just noticing that. Can you call him, Mr. Borman? Because it's 10:20.
I am attempting to do that now.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Yes.
Before we started, I heard you stating to somebody that we were going to have to figure out how to deal with my exhibits because of the numbering issue.
James, time to go back on.
So I'm not sure
You're
if
fine.
that's something that we need to discuss on the record or whether it's something that,
We are going back on.
We're not on the record right now. Why don't we discuss that? I don't think it needs to be on the record. Maybe when we break for lunch, we can talk about that.
well, if I'm going to use the exhibits during my cross-examination to the witness, I want to make sure the witness has the exhibits available to him, which I presume he does. Because they're
Okay.
in the Dropbox.
Okay.
But
Then we need to talk about it now. What's your proposal for dealing with labeling of the exhibits?
well, you sent me an email with a proposal that we use particular numbers, and I have numbers that apparently that I'm told track your proposal. I mean, these are people whose names I can actually use. So, for example, Chad Rugrodin I have as exhibit 2. And on the exhibits that I have, where it got messed up was starting with exhibit 4. So what I show as exhibit 4 is actually marked exhibit 5. So I'm not sure how to, I mean, we can just deal with it by saying the name of the person, Courtney Lalio, if that's the easiest thing to do.
Well, the court reporter needs to know if one of your exhibits is admitted, we need to know what number to admit it under. And so my proposal was to use the numbering that you actually gave to the PDF document and not to the exhibit number on the actual exhibit. I thought that would be easier.
Right. And so the number that I gave on the PDF docket, I have a list of those exhibits 1 through 21.
Okay.
So
Good.
okay, I just, because the witness could or might get confused, I don't know, but I think if he's got access to the Dropbox and he's going to look at the particular exhibit as I'm talking to him about it, then he should be able to do it by those numbers. That makes sense.
Mr. Martinez, do you have readily accessible to you right now, Mr. Padilla's exhibits?
Yes.
Okay, so did you understand that when he refers to an exhibit, if he refers to exhibit number 4, he's referring to number 4 as it's labeled as the title of the document, not the number that's actually on the exhibit. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go. David, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's go back on the record. And Mr. Padilla, you may begin your cross-examination.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, we've met before. I think you're aware of the fact that I'm the attorney for Rocky Mountain EMS, correct?
Good morning, Mr. Padilla. Yes, correct.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, I'd like to start with these 3 instances of positive drug tests that you've testified to. That would be employee A, B, and C. Let me start out by asking you first. You conducted an annual inspection at Rocky Mountain EMS on July 14th of 2020, correct?
I was there on July the 14th, 2020, on a multi-agency investigation who Department of Health EMS Bureau, Jake Bennett, he was the lead officer. It was a complaint that their office had received, and we all, myself, representing New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, Jake Bennett, representing EMS Bureau of the Department of Health, and I believe it was the Board of Pharmacy. I can't recall his name, Alejandro. I can't remember his last name.
Okay, well, for your part, for the PRC part, you looked at the ambulances that day, correct?
Correct.
And you also looked at employee files that day, correct?
Yes. Well, that morning when I was there, I went early in the morning to look at ambulances. They didn't have driver files to look at, so Mr. Little again came after at 12 o'clock and brought me 8 files.
Okay, so isn't it correct that after you completed that investigation, you told Mr. Little that that would count as his annual inspection?
Yes, I told him after the investigation, if everything, because there was some items missing. There was the 8 driver files that he brought me. There were some items missing, so I said if he could get that stuff, we could, after the investigation, I could complete that as the annual inspection. That is, I'm regulated through the Ambulance Act to conduct an annual inspection, and that is correct.
So that inspection of July 14th of 2020 is considered Rocky Mountain's annual inspection for the year of 2020, correct?
No, because it was still a pending investigation. Upon that investigation, after I was there, they, again, there was drivers that were still driving, and he did not produce those files for me. So he only brought me 8. So it's still a pending investigation, which is a multi-agency investigation on that.
So it's December the 8th. When are you going to do Rocky Mountain's annual inspection for 2020?
I'm still doing investigations. So since then, from July the 14th to present, I have not been able in Rocky Mountain, and several ambulance services are waiting for me to do their inspection. Let's not get this mixed up. The inspection, their annual inspections need to get done by the end of December.
Okay, now with regard to employee A, you have testified that there was a positive drug test on October 28th of 2019, and then you testified later on that same employee was sent for a drug test in November of 2020, and that came back positive again, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Why didn't you pick up on the positive drug test of October 28, 2019, when you did your investigation in July of 2020?
Because Mr. Little did not produce me that driver file. And I did a NEMSTARS check, which is the New Mexico Emergency. It's a state tracking. It's a data that the EMS Bureau has. I checked to see if he was input as a driver since then, He was only input as a driver in 2019 after he tested positive. And then he was never mentioned once as a driver in patient care reports until I had this investigation. During my investigation that I was ordered, I received this complaint on October. He drove an ambulance on October the 28th, 2020, when he transported a patient from Rio Rancho to Gallup. From Gallup, he went, and he didn't go all the way to Gallup, he went past Grant, and then from there he went all the way down to Mesilla Valley in Las Cruces. And granted, he transported this patient that was underage, and he needed to be sent to Mesilla Valley. He was not mentioned on a patient care report at all. And it's in my exhibits, he was not listed as a driver. And then when I asked for all driver files on July the 14th, he did not produce, Mr. Little did not produce that driver file. And then on the 10th, I asked for his file, and that's when I saw that he had a positive result from October the 10th, October the 28th, 2019, and he had just recently drove on October 28th, 2020, when he transported this kid, because we received a complaint from his parents.
Okay, so what you're saying is that this driver had a positive test and then drove afterwards, and that's the extent of it, correct?
Yes.
You don't have any proof that the driver ever drove while actually under the influence of drugs or alcohol, do you?
No.
You don't have any complaints about this driver driving under the effects of alcohol or drugs, do you?
The only complaint, like I just mentioned earlier, I have a complaint that he was the driver. He was a driver that had a dog in the ambulance that drove. He was the driver that drove this patient from Rio Rancho. Was supposed to go to Las Cruces, but no, they took a detour to pick up another patient in Gallup, and went back down to Las Cruces, and then during that time they stopped and gave this patient food. They never once did they call his parents, because again, he was underage. And
I understand all that, but that complaint did not include a complaint that the driver was under the influence of drugs or alcohol, did it?
No, but he did not have a present, or he did have a positive result, and he had never done a random drug screen, but no, to answer your question, no.
Okay, and with regard to the dog that you mentioned, that dog was being dropped off at another place, correct?
Granted, yeah, they took
It was dropped off within 5 minutes.
Granted, the patient was taken to a resident prior to be taken when the medical doctor told him to go get advanced care down in Las Cruces, but they stopped for 5 minutes. Yes, you're correct. 5 minutes in at a residence, and from there they went on to Gallup to pick up another patient, which it got they canceled in the turnoff of Blue Water, and then on the way back, they didn't go straight back to Las Cruces. They stopped in Grant because another EMT had requested to give them their oxygen cylinder there at the hospital in Grant, because he was going to be transporting a COVID patient. So they did another detour to stop for, okay, you want to say 10 minutes to give this other ambulance, because they ran out of oxygen, to transport a COVID patient. Then from there, they proceeded to go on down to Las Cruces, stopping at Las Lunas to give this child they had lunch. Not once did they ever once call his parents to see if he was allergic to dogs, was allergic to any, if he was on a special diet. And the mother of this patient was calling Mesilla Valley, where's my son? 8 hours later, he showed up.
So the primary concern was that the trip took too long, correct?
Yeah, it took him from his medical care. From it being 3 hours, it turned to a 8 hour.
Is there any regulation that you're aware of that says that a transport has to be completed within a certain period of time?
Adequate patient care.
What regulation are you making reference to?
It would be, let me give you the, I would say.
Let me see if I can save some time.
Okay,
You're
go
just
ahead.
basically saying in general, it's adequate patient care, but you do agree that there's no regulation that specifically says you have to complete a regulation in a particular period of time, correct?
No.
No, there is no regulation, or no, I'm not correct.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now this employee A that you're talking about, you told Mr. Little to no longer allow him to drive, correct?
Yes, on November 13th, I told him, since we saw a positive, I said, Mr. Little didn't even know about the SAT program, the return to duty. So I said, until we get the results of this second drug screening, you should not allow him to drive. And Mr. Little sent me an email, which is on record. He sent me an email indicating that, and I asked him, when was the last time employee A drove? And he did not know at the time. Actually, that was December 8th, I believe. It's an updated report, sorry. He did not know, but he would get back with me. He sent me an email indicating that the last time he drove was November 13th. He did
Okay,
not
so
get his results till November. On his email, he did not get the results till his results on the November 24th, indicating his second drug screening. And since then, on that email, again, he did say he was terminated.
Okay, so the second drug screen then wasn't available until November 24th, right?
Correct.
But you told Mr. Little on November 13th not to allow employee A to drive, correct?
That was in the morning, and he did indicate on an email that his last time he drove was November 13th. Correct.
So he did not drive after you told Mr. Little, correct?
That I know of, correct.
And he's now been fired, correct?
As what on Mr. Little's email, he said he's been terminated.
Okay. Now, with regard to employee B, you said that employee B tested positive, but then she provided you with a prescription. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it was the prescription drug that caused that positive test, correct?
Correct. Like I said, the prescription she provided was when we were there. When we actually, if this investigation would have happened, it could have continued on on both A and B without being a positive result. But to answer your question, if on B, she did provide a prescription. It was over a text. Mr. Little showed it to me. I asked him if he had done a SAT program with her or a return to duty. Did if a medical doctor released her on that day? He did not know about no procedure. Then on his email, on my updated report and the email he sent me, he sent a letter from her doctor that indicating that it was okay for her to drive an ambulance on the drug Adderall.
Okay, so the bottom line is this employee B tested positive for drugs, but that positive test was the result of a legal drug which does not affect that employee's ability to drive, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now let's talk about employee C. Employee C was a past employee, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so employee C had, for purposes of this question, had been employed, what, months before you saw the positive drug test?
Yes.
Okay, so that employee had either quit or was fired by the time you became aware of the drug test, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that employee could not have presented a current danger to the health or safety of the public, at least as far as employment with Rocky Mountain, correct?
But we need to correct.
Yeah. So I want to make sure I understood your testimony. Your testimony only involved those three, A, B, and C, correct?
Well, there was employee D that also,
Well, I'm not, this isn't direct. I mean, you testified only as to A, B, and C, right?
yeah, but there was another positive result, but okay. On another employee.
Okay. Now,
Or according to Mr.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is non-responsive.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I think he's attempting to respond.
I didn't ask him the question. He's attempting to volunteer information. I simply asked him whether or not his testimony, his direct testimony that was given this morning, only involved employees A, B, and C, which it did. He said yes, and then he tried to add. That's not responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. You talked in your direct testimony about two ambulances that you looked at in November. You talked about unit number 57 and mentioned that there was no gauge on an oxygen cylinder. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you look at unit 57, that oxygen tank, close enough to see that it has an internal digital gauge for the oxygen level?
Yes, I did.
In fact, that tank had an internal, that unit 57 has an internal digital gauge, does it not?
It wasn't at that time, it was that morning, it wasn't operable. So I asked the EMT, does this oxygen cylinder have, can you tell if it's full or not? He couldn't.
What wasn't operational? I thought you said that the manual gauge was not, that your testimony earlier was that the manual gauge was not operable.
So you have to have a yoke with a gauge. You're saying that it's in the ambulance, it's got a digital, we checked that. It wasn't working that morning. And then they're gonna fix it. They put a new gauge on it after, when I went on December 8th or 7th.
Okay. Now, you also said that that unit 59 had an empty oxygen tank, right?
Yes.
And I think you said unit 61 had no oxygen cylinder, correct?
Yes.
Now you went out to Rocky Mountain's stationing point at 7:50 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And you looked at the ambulances right away, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 7:50 is before the 8 a.m. shift comes onto work, is it not?
I don't know. I don't know I know they're 24 hours.
Well, if I was to tell you that the 8 a.m., that the shift that was beginning at about that time comes on at 8 a.m. and that shift then has to do the checks of the ambulances before they actually use the ambulances, and they have to accomplish that before 9 a.m. Would you dispute that?
Well, what about the employees, when they show up from a call, they should have all the ambulances, all supplies, all oxygen prior to that, just in case they get it. Within their shift, they should have all ambulances clean, disinfected, fully stocked, with oxygen supplies prior to their 8 o'clock, the shift that's going to replace them, so they can continue on doing these inter-facility transports.
Okay, so you're making reference now to what you said was section 18.3.14.14.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, well, in fact, 18.3.14.14 says when an ambulance is dispatched, it shall carry and have, and then it has a list of things that have to be on the ambulance when it's dispatched, correct?
Correct.
These ambulances had not been dispatched. They were in at the stationing point still, correct?
That morning, when I showed up, you indicated Miguel de la Cruz and I believe Mr. Varela, I can't recall right now, John Varela, the driver, they were headed out early in the morning with that ambulance that had the yoke without a gauge. They were already headed to an inter-facility transport.
And you actually allowed them to continue and do that transport, didn't you?
And I did, because I checked that it had oxygen on it. I allowed them.
Okay, so the ambulance was okay as far as you were concerned.
I did,
correct?
because it had oxygen and they had I checked everything, and I make sure that they had oxygen and their portable oxygen supplies. Correct.
Okay, and the other ambulances were being cleaned up and worked on while you were there, correct?
Well, driver Desmond Spikes and EMT Joanna O'Neill were scheduled to do a transport at 8:30 that morning, and I did not allow them because until they fixed all their other deficiencies. So paramedic Lene Forkner had to reschedule it until they put new oxygen supplies or cylinders on the ambulances and get them prepared for their transports.
So none of these ambulances went out on a run with deficient equipment that morning, right?
Well, when I left, they were correcting these deficiencies.
Okay.
Correct, they did.
Now, with regard to your updated investigation, you were supposed to check those ambulances to see if they still had if they had corrected the issues that you saw during your first investigation, right?
Correct, I went there that morning.
And when you went to do your second investigation, you looked at all these ambulances, correct?
Correct.
You looked at units 57, 59, 61, 63, and 67, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you found, and this is a quote from your report, all ambulances were NMPRC compliant, correct?
Correct.
So your updated report to the commission is, yes, with regard to all of the ambulances, everything that I had previously found was corrected. Is that a correct statement?
Correct.
Now, your two reports deal with quite a number of deficiencies in employee files, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and some of your follow-up report is actually actually has more allegations of missing documents from employee files than your first report. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let me tell you what I'd like to do is I'd like to have you look at your investigative, your updated investigative report, the one that is dated December 7th of 2020. You have access to that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And then would I be correct in stating that with regard to driver files, the report starts on page 2 with the first employee being identified as a Megan Shirley?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I have 21 proposed exhibits in this particular case. You have access to those exhibits, do you not?
Yes.
Okay, they're in the Dropbox?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to look at what is marked Exhibit 10.
And that's the exhibit you sent, correct? Mr.
Yes, that's Rocky Mountain's Exhibit 10 in the Dropbox.
Okay, let me get to Rocky Mountain. Let's see here. Okay, Rocky Mountain EMS. Exhibit 10. Okay, I'm here.
Okay. Would you look through that exhibit, please?
Okay.
It contains 4 separate documents.
Okay.
Have you looked through it?
Yes, sir.
It has do all of those documents pertain to Megan Shirley?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now and do those documents appear to be correct documents? Are they documents of the nature that you normally see when you investigate an employee file?
Yes, sir. Megan Shirley's file, so I'm looking at the first one. So I'm looking at her MVR, they call it, motor vehicle review, but it's a driver's license check.
Yes.
If you look at date 11/13/2020, that was the day I requested her file, and that's the file that he did not have. So they ran that MVR on that day. She was a driver, or she had already been employed prior to that date.
Okay, I understand that, but at least in terms of your report, your updated report, you said that Megan Shirley's file was missing an annual motor vehicle driving record and citation history, right?
Yes.
It is now there in Exhibit 10, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You said that the file was missing a pre-employment background check. That's in Exhibit 10, correct?
Okay, let's go down. Background check?
Yes,
Correct.
sir.
Again, what I'm trying to say, Mr. Padilla, when I requested this file, and she has been employed there way before when they did the background check on this.
I understand that, Mr. Martinez. I'm simply asking you whether or not these documents are the documents that correct what you said was missing. That they're present. I'm not saying that they were present when you were there. I'm saying that the issue that you raised has been dealt with. Would that be correct?
It's been dealt with after the fact. Yes, correct.
Okay, but what was dealt with is there's an annual motor vehicle driving record and citation history for Megan Shirley, correct?
It's correct. It should have been done the first day she was hired. Yes.
Okay, there's a pre-employment background check, correct?
Correct.
There's a pre-employment drug screening, correct?
Again, like I said, it was done after.
I understand the dates, but there is a drug screening, correct?
Correct.
And there's an emergency operator certificate, which is sometimes referred to as a CEVO, correct?
Correct.
So these documents then correct the issue that you had with Megan Shirley's lack of documentation, correct? As of today.
As of today, the issue is that it was after she was hired. Yes, correct.
I understand that. Move the admission of number 10.
I object. I don't think there's any authentication of this document.
The witness has testified that the documents identify Megan Shirley. He's testified that these documents, in fact, are documents that he sees on a regular basis, and he's testified that these documents correct the deficiencies that he's noted in his report. That's authentication.
No, it's not authentication. I mean, he just had no possession of these documents. He doesn't know where these documents came from. He didn't develop these documents.
You're on mute, Commissioner Glick, or Hearing Examiner Glick.
Thank you. The objection is overruled. Rocky Mountain Exhibit 10 is admitted. However, page 6, which is the drug test result for this individual, that will be admitted under seal.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Okay, Mr. Martinez, the next person that you list is Desmond Spikes, S-P-I-K-E-S. Would you go to exhibit number 17, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you take a look at exhibit number 17, please?
Okay.
Okay, now in your report, you say that when you looked at his file, the annual motor vehicle inspection was not there, correct?
Yes.
This exhibit 17 has the annual vehicle inspection report for Desmond Spikes, correct?
Today, yes, but let me note on this. Mr. Spikes, you mentioned you called it my annual inspection July 14th. On July 14th, 2020, this driver did not have a pre-employment drug screening, and he had already been driving prior to that. On that date, he went and got a DOT physical and a drug screening on July the 14th.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I understand that this witness wants to explain everything, but would you please instruct him to answer only my questions and not to expound and provide information that goes beyond the scope of my questions?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I mean, that's completely contrary to how we practice before this commission. I mean, we allow witnesses latitude in responding to questions that are posed. I mean, well, I'm going to leave it at that.
Overruled.
Would you instruct the witness, please, so that it's clear to him that he's only to respond to my question?
No, your objection or your protest is overruled.
Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Martinez, there's an annual motor vehicle driving record in exhibit 17, and is there also a pre-employment drug screen?
Yes, sir, there is.
And they both apply to Mr. Desmond Spikes, correct? Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay, so they correct the deficiencies as of today that you found, correct?
As of today, yes.
Okay. Move the admission of exhibit 17.
I'll raise the same objection as before, understanding where you're going with this.
Okay. The objection is overruled. Rocky Mountain Exhibit 17 is admitted. However, page 4, which is the drug result for this employee, is admitted under seal.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, the
Examiner?
next one.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
Could you please ask the witness to try to continue to speak a little bit more loudly or clearly? It is difficult to hear him sometimes because his voice drops.
Yes, Mr. Martinez, did you hear that?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so please speak up, even if you think you're yelling.
Correct. Yeah.
Sorry, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, would you look at exhibit number 13, please?
I'm there.
Okay, now is that exhibit pertaining to an employee by the name of Joanna O'Neill?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in your, does that, would you, have you looked at the contents of the exhibit?
Yes,
Do all those documents pertain to Joanna O'Neill?
yes, sir.
And are all of those documents of the nature that you normally see in your investigation?
Yes,
Okay. So with regard to exhibit 13, does it contain a DOT physical exam?
yes,
Does it contain an annual motor vehicle driving record and citation history?
yes,
Does it contain a drug test?
yes,
Okay. So would all three of those records then correct the deficiencies that you found in your updated investigation?
yes.
Okay. Move the admission of 13.
Mr. Borman?
I'll just, I don't object.
Okay. Rocky Mountain Exhibit 13 is admitted. Page 5, which is the drug test result for that individual, is admitted under seal.
Yeah. Would you look at exhibit 16, please?
Mr. Padilla.
Pardon?
I'm there.
Okay. Does that exhibit pertain to Barbara A. Bradley Bertram?
Yes,
Okay. What does that exhibit show?
the first exhibit is a letter to Mr. Little, or a memo, something. And then the next, that's the only thing in that exhibit.
So would it be fair to characterize that letter to Mr. Little as a resignation for Barbara Bertram?
Yes,
So she's now no longer employed by the company, correct?
yes,
Okay. And what you had found that was missing was one thing, which was a pre-employment background check, right?
yes, sir.
Okay. Would you look at exhibit number 8, please?
I'm there.
Okay, is that an exhibit that pertains to an employee by the name of Leaf Moore?
Yes,
Okay. Does that exhibit contain an MVD record, an
Yes.
annual inspection, annual motor vehicle driving record, and citation history?
yes,
Does that contain pre-employment background check?
Yes.
Does that contain a drug screen?
Yes.
And all of those pertain to Mr. Orr, correct?
Let me go down. Yes.
Okay, and all those are the type of documents that you review all the time in employee files, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so those all correct the deficiencies that you have in your report. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're following me, Mr. Martinez, and I don't know if you are, but I'm just going down the list here that you have still on page 2. Next thing you say is you found all records for 4 different employees, there's not a problem. Then would you go to exhibit number 18, please?
I'm in there.
Okay. Is that an exhibit that pertains to an employee by the name of Brandylyn Nelson?
Yes.
Okay, would you look at that exhibit, please?
There's a MVR.
So it's got an annual motor vehicle driving record?
Yes, it's a it's a background check,
Yeah, it's got a background check.
and it's got a drug test
Okay.
and a certificate for an EVOC.
Okay, so that contains all of the documents that you found to be missing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Move the admission of exhibit 18.
Mr. Borman?
I don't object.
Rocky Mountain Exhibit 18 is admitted, subject to page 5 being admitted under seal because it is a drug test result for that individual.
Okay. Now, look at Alex Doherty. He's not employed. Alex Doherty's not employed, right? Alex Doherty. Okay. The next person that you have, Mr. Martinez, is, I don't have an exhibit for this, but you have a person by the name of Alex Doherty. Is that correct?
I have an Alexandria.
On your report, Alexandria. Well, your report says Alex, but her name is Alexandria.
Let me make sure there is let's see if it opens it up for me.
I'm looking at page 2 of your report, your updated report, on the bottom.
Okay. Okay. Is it Alexandra Moss or Doherty?
Doherty, Doherty. It's the last entry on page 2 of your updated report.
Okay.
You see that?
Yes, sir.
And you say, just like the other ones, it's missing an annual motor vehicle driving record, a pre-employment background check, pre-employment drug screening, and an emergency vehicle operator certificate, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Alex Doherty's not even employed by Rocky Mountain EMS at this time, is she?
Mr. Padilla, let me, there's a rule that they have to have, regardless if they're former employees or current, they have to have files up to 4 years.
Well, I understand that, but she's never been an employee. She has only applied for employment.
Mr. Padilla, you can't testify.
Weren't you told that she's not an employee? She had only applied for employment?
I asked for a driver file when she said that she was an employee.
Who told you she was an employee?
Mr. Little. I had a list And I believe, I'd have to look into this, but I believe that she was listed as a driver on patient care reports.
Okay. Look at exhibit number 14, would you please?
Okay, I'm in there.
Okay, that's a document that pertains to Landon Jet,
Correct,
correct?
correct.
And you've previously mentioned Mr. Jet in your testimony, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, look at exhibit number 15 and the documents that are contained there.
there's again, a motor vehicle review, driver's license, annual driver's license check, background check, and a drug screening.
And a vehicle operator certificate as well, correct?
Correct,
So those documents would correct the deficiencies noted in your report as of today.
correct.
Okay. Look at exhibit number 4, would you please? Oh, I'm sorry. Before I move on to that, I'd move the admission of exhibit 14.
Mr. Borman,
No objection.
Rocky Mountain Exhibit 14 is admitted, subject to page 6 being admitted under seal because it is the result of the drug test for that employee.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, would you look at exhibit 4, please?
Would that be Mrs. Lalio?
Yes, Courtney Lalio.
I'm there.
Okay. Would you look at the documents?
Again, there's a motor driver's license check, a background check, a drug screening check, and a certificate of emergency vehicle driver's training certificate.
So those documents correct all the deficiencies that you found with regard to Courtney Lalio, correct?
Correct.
Move the admission of exhibit 4.
No objection.
Rocky Mountain Exhibit 4 is admitted, subject to page 4 being admitted under seal because it is the drug test result for that individual.
Mr. Martinez, let's look at exhibit number 6, please.
Matthew Mataya,
Yes, sir.
I'm there.
Okay. What does that exhibit contain?
Again, a driver's license check, background check, drug screening check, and a certificate of the emergency vehicle driver's training.
Okay, so that exhibit provides all the documentation that you found to be missing and corrects that violation, correct?
Correct.
Move the admission of exhibit 6.
No objection.
Rocky Mountain Exhibit 6 is admitted, subject to page 6 being admitted under seal because it is the drug test result for that individual.
Okay. Mr. Martinez, next is exhibit 15.
Brianna Condrado.
That's correct. So with regard to Brianna Condrado, what does exhibit 15 contain?
It contains all the documents that are previous, so I'm going to say it's a driver's license check, background check, drug screening, and the certificate.
So those correct all of the missing documents from the files of that particular employee, correct?
Correct.
Move the admission of Exhibit 15.
No objection.
Rocky Mountain Exhibit 15 is admitted, subject to page 5 being admitted under seal because it is the drug test result for that individual.
Look at Exhibit number 12, would you please, sir?
Junior Austin,
Okay.
he's got a driver's license check, a background check, a certificate for emergency, but not a drug screening.
Okay, so there's 3 out of the 4 documents that you said were missing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what's missing is and those 3 correct, 3/4 of the missing documents, correct?
Correct, and he's driven prior to that, and I don't know if he's, his drug screening, that's one of the safety things that I've been stressing about.
Okay. Now, in fact, Junior Austin is a firefighter, is he not?
I couldn't tell you, I mean, his certificate, I know he's an employee at Rocky Mountain. I look at his certificate and it looks like he's a McKinley County Fire EMS, that's where he got it, his certificate as an emergency, he got it at the McKinley County, that's where he got his training. But at the time of my inspection, I didn't see a drug screening, and he has been driving prior to this date. Not
Right.
to the certificate, but on his background.
Well, if it's established that Mr. Austin is in fact a firefighter, would you agree that firefighters have to have drug tests before they can become firefighters?
That's true, but it's the responsibility of the ambulance service going with Rocky Mountain EMS. He's also employed. His responsibility is to have a driver file for this employee. It's not the responsibility of McKinley County. It's the responsibility of Rocky Mountain EMS to have a driver file, a complete driver file, when we go either do an inspection or an investigation, that this driver file is completed. That if this employee has conducted a pre-employment drug screening, which he does not have in his driver file.
Okay. Move the admission of Exhibit 12.
Objection.
Rocky Mountain Exhibit 12 is admitted.
Okay, would you look, sir, at Exhibit 9?
Richard Austin.
Yes, sir. What does Exhibit 9 contain?
Mr. Austin's, he's got a MVR, which is a driver's license check. He has a background check. He's got a DOT physical. And he's got a EVOC, which is an emergency vehicle driver's training, and is missing a drug screening.
Missing a drug screen, is that what you said?
Yes,
Okay, so that, those documents correct all of the deficiencies that you have in your report, except for the drug screen, correct?
yes, so that, if this was an inspection, I would annotate it as a deficiency. And on an investigation, again, like I said, when he started working for Rocky Mountain, he should have had a pre-employment drug screening, and Mr. Austin has drove prior to his background check.
Okay. You're aware of the fact, though, aren't you, that Mr. Austin is a firefighter and that he has had a drug screen every year for many, many years as a firefighter?
The day on my updated, Mr. Austin, who's sitting next to you, that's when Mr. Little said that he was going to be fixing everything from here on out. But again, yourself, Mr. Austin should know, if he's worked for the fire department, he should know in his driver file, wherever he goes, he needs to have a driver file for each employment he has. He does not, he could have one if he was a firefighter where he was at. I'm sure there was a driver file and a drug screening for him, but at the time and today, he does not have a pre-employment drug screening for Rocky Mountain EMS.
Okay. Move the admission of Exhibit 9.
No objection.
Rocky Mountain Exhibit 9 is admitted. I just want to note that the testimony has been that Exhibit 9 does not have a drug test result. However, the cover page of Exhibit 9 says drug screening. So I just wanted to make it clear for the record that in fact, there is not a drug test result in Exhibit 9.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's look next at Exhibit 7.
Alexandra Moss.
Correct. What is that? What is contained in that document?
In this document, she has a drug screening. She has a driver's license check, a citation check, a background check, but she does not have a certificate for an emergency vehicle certificate to be able to drive an ambulance.
Okay. So that document would correct 3 out of the 4 shortcomings that your report deals with, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Move the admission of Exhibit 7.
No objection.
Rocky Mountain Exhibit 7 is admitted, subject to page 2 being admitted under seal because it is a drug test result for that individual.
Let's look at Exhibit number 2, please.
Mr. Chad Rodden.
Rugrodden, I think it is. Rugrodden.
Okay.
Okay.
Chad, if that's okay.
What does that contain?
Chad has a motor vehicle driver's license check. Chad has a license for his EMT basic. He has a drug screening and a emergency vehicle driver's training certificate and a background check. I think.
Okay. So it's got 5 things in it, and those are the 5 things that you noted as missing on your report, correct?
Correct.
So those 5 correct, as of today, correct the deficiencies. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Move the, excuse me?
Correct. Yes. They have all the documents.
Move the admission of Exhibit 2.
Mr. Borman?
No objection.
Rocky Mountain Exhibit 2 is admitted, subject to page 6 being admitted under seal because it is a drug test result for that individual.
Okay. Would you look at Exhibit number 11, please, sir?
Going to be Melanie Grisetto.
Yes, sir. What does that exhibit contain?
She has a motor vehicle driver's license check with citation check. She's got a drug screening. She's got a EVOC certificate for driver's training and a background check.
Okay. And that would correct all of the deficiencies that you note in your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Move the admission of Exhibit 11.
No objection.
Rocky Mountain Exhibit 11 is admitted, subject to page 4 being admitted under seal because it is a drug test result for that employee.
And Mr. Martinez, would you look at Exhibit number 5?
Brianna Lopez.
Yes, sir.
She has a driver's license check. It was a citation history check. She's got an EVOC certificate, which is a training driving certificate in order to drive an ambulance, background check, and I did not see a drug screening.
Okay. So that exhibit would correct 3 out of the 4 deficiencies that you found, correct?
Correct.
Move the admission of Exhibit 5.
No objection.
Rocky Mountain Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Look at Exhibit number 19, would you please, sir?
Exhibit 19 is Mr. Ed Little, owner of Rocky Mountain. He's got a motor vehicle check, driver's license, drug screening check, a driver's training certificate check, a background check.
Okay, so those 4 documents would correct all the deficiencies you found as far as Mr. Little's file is concerned, correct?
Correct.
Move the admission of Exhibit 19.
No objection.
Rocky Mountain Exhibit 19 is admitted, subject to page 4 being admitted under seal because it is a drug test result for that employee.
Look at Exhibit number 21, if you would please, sir.
Yes, sir. It's going to be Lene Fortner, and her file has a driver's license check with citation history check, a drug screening check, with her I believe, looks like a prescription, correct? And then also a letter from her MD.
Okay. And did you say the emergency vehicle operator certificate?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Okay.
And her background as well.
So those documents would correct all of the 4 deficiencies that your report indicates for Lene Faulkner, correct?
Correct.
Move the admission of Exhibit 21.
I don't object. I'm curious about page, trying to figure out what page this is. 1, 2.
That's going to be subject to the confidentiality order that you're
Yeah.
talking about.
I'm just,
That's
I
why.
don't object. I'll let the hearing examiner rule.
So Rocky Mountain Exhibit 21 is admitted, subject to pages 5 through 7 being admitted under seal. Page 5 is the employee's drug test results. Page 6 appears to be a list of the employee's prescriptions. And page 7 is a letter from her doctor relating to a prescription.
And just for the record, Your Honor, this would pertain to one of the employees who's not identified in
Yes.
earlier testimony. Look, if you would, please, sir, at Exhibit number 20.
It would be Michael Condrado Jr.
Okay,
He's got a driver's license check. He's got a drug screening check, a driver's certificate for CIVO, and a background check.
okay. And would those documents cure all of the deficiencies that your report, your updated report has with regard to Mr. Conrado?
Currently moving forward, yes.
Okay, move the admission of Exhibit 20.
No objection.
Rocky Mountain Exhibit 20 is admitted, subject to page 4 being admitted under seal because it is a drug test result for that individual.
Would you look at Exhibit number 3, sir?
Miguel de la Cruz. He's got a driver's license check, drug screening check, driver's trainings check, background check.
Okay. And with regard to Mr. De La Cruz, do those documents cure the four missing documents that your report makes reference to?
Correct.
Okay. Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm hoping that you were keeping track of this. I was trying to, but I might have missed one. Or before that, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 3.
I don't object.
Rocky Mountain Exhibit 3 is admitted, subject to page 3 being admitted under seal because it is a drug test result for that individual.
Okay. And I think I've moved them all except Exhibit 1, and the one I have a question about is 5. Is Exhibit 5 admitted?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, finally, Mr. Martinez, would you please look at Exhibit number 1?
Okay. I'm there.
And that's a one-page document, correct?
Correct, Mr. Padilla.
And it says at the top, current employee requirements?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Little has previously provided you with a copy of this document, this exhibit number 1, correct?
So Mr. Little presented this and gave me a copy on November the 13th. And I had told him, he told me that these were his current employees. If you see on, again, this was on the 13th, Mr. Austin and Mr. Junior Austin and Mr. Richard Austin. Again, today I testified that I did not see a drug test on that day as well. I know that this document says 12/8/20, but I was there. He presented this to me on November the 13th without that date up on the top right corner. And again,
Okay, but
doesn't show a drug test on these two individuals. Yes, so this document, he's the one that he presented to me on November the 13th.
okay, is this document accurate with regard to these employees that are listed, taking into consideration the exhibits that have been admitted into evidence today?
Well, at the time, the employee A was still employed at the time, and his name wasn't on that list. It's not on the list right now. Employee,
Well, this is,
and then his son's name is not there. And those were the current employees at the time on November the 13th.
employee A and his son?
Yes. I mean,
You sure you don't have that backwards?
no. Well, I don't know if I can say Mr. Little's son's name because of his.
Oh, okay, all right, I understand. Okay. Well, in your, since you mentioned Mr. Little's son, his name is, fails me at the moment. Do you have his first name, sir?
Mr. Borman, can I say his?
Oh, it's Bradley. It's Bradley Little.
Yeah, Bradley. Oh.
Okay. Your report actually states that Bradley Little hasn't worked for Rocky Mountain EMS for 18 months, doesn't it?
He was listed as a driver. Oh, he was never listed as a driver. Mr. Little admitted that he had driven ambulances for Rocky Mountain EMS, but he had not driven for the past 6 months. But he never had done a pre-employment drug screen, a pre-employment background check, a DOT physical. He did present a drug screening, which the results are in my exhibits, and he never did provide a SAP program for this individual.
Okay, but did I understand you just to say that he had not driven for 6 months prior to the time of your report? Was it 6 months or was it 18 months?
He told me that day, again, Mr. Padilla, this is what I'm saying. What it is if Mr. Bradley, regardless if he had driven yesterday or 6 months or 2 years, one, he was never listed as a current employee. Two, he was never listed as a driver, even though Mr. Little did admit that he was a driver. He did never have a driver file, and he was never listed on these patient care reports as a driver. But even though he did drive,
okay, I understand that, but if he had not driven for 6 months, then he would not be listed as a current employee. He shouldn't be listed as a current employee, correct?
well, then he should have been listed as a former employee.
Okay, but this document deals with current employees. So if he had not driven, then he shouldn't be on Exhibit 1, correct?
But he should have had a driver file when I asked him for the first time.
I understand that, sir.
Okay, but he's not here on this. But I'm just telling you, it's not on this list. But the main question is, employee A is not listed in this file document because he hadn't been terminated prior to this document. He should have been listed as a current employee.
Well, the document is dated December the 8th of 2020.
Like I said, Mr. Little gave me this document, and I had testified earlier that when this document was given to me, did not have that date 12/8/2020. And I have two other Mr. Vince Crespin can testify on that.
Okay. Move the admission of Exhibit 1.
You know, I am going to object to this because I don't think Exhibit 1 is the document that Mr. Martinez saw back in 12/13. I mean, it's the same sort of document, but it has different information on it, and it's obviously dated differently.
Mr. Borman, I think you meant to say this is not the document Mr. Martinez saw on November 13th.
I'm sorry, yes, November 13th, when he did the initial investigation that was ordered by the commission. It's not the same document that Mr. Martinez reviewed at that time.
The witness had stated that he was given this document. The only differentiation that he made was that the date is different.
Okay, I'm sustaining the objection because Mr. Martinez testified that he was given this document on November 13th. And at that time, there are two employees who were employees at that time who should have been listed on this document and are not.
Okay. Now, Mr. Martinez, you testified that you took several photographs, and if I believe those photographs are Exhibit G to your initial report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And just for example, some of those photographs show droplets of what you describe as oil on the ground, correct?
Correct.
That a vehicle leaking oil, droplets of oil, is not a safety hazard, is it?
Well, the only thing that could, if it was, when I say safety, if it's continuing to have some maintenance issues and they transport a patient, let's say for instance from Albuquerque to Las Cruces, and it breaks down and they had this issue, if it wasn't corrected, it could break down, let's say for instance now in the winter. And by the time this ambulance, by the time either a tow truck or another ambulance, hopefully they would contact mutual aid. This patient would be sitting on the side of the road for hours till some other ambulance could get there.
But the mere fact of just dripping oil does not create a safety situation, does it?
No.
Okay. You also have a photograph of a seat in one of the ambulances, which is fairly heavily taped up, correct?
Correct.
A taped seat isn't a safety hazard, is it?
No.
The other photographs, and I'm not, if you'd like to take a look at them, these photographs are for demonstrative purposes, correct, with regard to the condition of the vehicles?
Correct.
Okay, they're not necessarily taken to demonstrate that those vehicles are safety hazards at that point in time, correct?
Those were documentation on what the ambulances, what we saw on that day, what I saw that day.
Okay, it was just to document what the ambulances looked like.
Correct.
Right?
And then from there I went on to Albuquerque to look at files on their maintenance to see if they had sent invoices, anything to see if they corrected these. I wanted to see what was wrong, transmission, the oil, something, what's causing these ambulances to have these oil leaks. Which
Right.
I did not see nothing up there.
Okay. But the photographs themselves do not demonstrate a safety hazard, correct?
No.
No, I'm not correct, or no, they don't demonstrate a safety hazard?
No, they don't. A safety hazard.
Thank you, sir.
I object. There are, I would like if we're going to have questioning regarding the photos, that we go through each one and that Mr. Martinez can say whether or not there's a safety hazard, because some of them may not and some of them may. And, Mr. Padilla is leading Mr. Martinez into saying that all of the photographs do not document a safety hazard.
That's the witness's testimony.
Okay.
But I'm asking if we can go through each photo.
Can I ask a procedural question, Madam Hearing Examiner? I thought that this witness was being represented by Mr. Borman. Now we've got another attorney. I may be wrong, but when you have a witness that's being represented by one attorney, isn't that one attorney supposed to deal with these issues?
Mr. Padilla, I am one of the attorneys for the commission, and I am trying to ensure that the process is conducted properly.
Okay, let's go through each photo one by one. And Mr. Martinez, could you state specifically with respect to each photo whether it demonstrates a safety violation?
Okay, Unit 59, the first picture, if everybody can see that, Unit 59, all that's indicating that this is what we found in Unit 59. So if you
Okay,
go to the
and
next,
again, I'd like you to affirmatively state with respect to each photo whether it demonstrates a safety violation.
Okay, the first picture, no.
Okay, so just keep going on.
Okay. Second picture, yes. Empty oxygen cylinder. The gauge.
Okay, just keep going on. You don't have to wait.
2, yes.
Okay, I thought we just did number 2.
3. Sorry about that. 3, yes.
And what does 3 show?
It's a wiring of the radio. Any could possibly prevent a fire hazard.
Okay, number 4.
Number 4, no.
Number 5.
No.
Number 6.
Madam Hearing Examiner,
Yes.
can you tell us what he's looking at?
Sure, let's go back then. I think you told us a little about what number 2 shows, but could you go over that again?
Okay, so number 2, let me go back. Sorry. So number 2 would be, sorry, I'm trying to go down. Okay, so number 2 was a picture of the gauge on the oxygen cylinder on Unit 59, indicating that it was empty. Photograph number 3, wiring harnesses behind the seat with no radio. The wiring could prevent fire hazard. So I say yes, safety hazard. I believe that's photograph number 4. It has oil droplets under the, I'm saying no.
Can I ask about that?
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
Do you distinguish between engine oil, transmission oil, or brake fluid?
This one was engine oil.
For sure.
For sure.
Okay.
Picture number 5 just shows under the undercarriage where the, on unit 61, I believe, actually that was unit 59, just showing where the oil leak was coming from.
And I, before, you didn't consider that a safety violation, is that right?
Yes. Number 5 does not, it's a picture of undercarriage with oil dropping down to the pavement. And that, it's not a safety.
I'm sorry, repeat that, it is or is not?
It is not.
Okay,
Number 6, again, pictures of the oil leak does not, it is not a safety at the time. Unit 61, it has a it's a picture of unit, and I marked it down as unit 61. It's got, it looks, it's a picture of that eye is oil from transmission oil.
Is that number 7, Mr. Martinez?
I believe so. Number 7.
and do you consider that a safety violation?
At the time, no. Number 9.
You're
No,
on
we're
8
on-
next.
Sorry, 8. Sorry. Number 8 is a picture of a, you could call it a multi-level stretcher or a gurney. This gurney could present safety because it was inoperable. Just shows a picture that it was broken and it wasn't operable.
So just let me clarify, did you say that is or is not a safety violation?
It is not. It is, yes, it is. Sorry, it is. It is. It is. Picture
Next is 9.
9, a picture of just the condition of a seat. It does not, will do no safety. It is not. Number 10, right?
Correct.
Yes,
The picture of a gauge indicating that it's empty cylinder, and it is a safety violation. It is. Number 11 is a picture of just indicating the unit number of the ambulance.
So is that is not a safety
It
violation?
is not a safety violation. It is not a safety violation. Picture number 12 is showing that there is not a oxygen cylinder for the main supply, and it is a safety violation. Number 12 is just a closer picture of the empty cylinder, that there was not a oxygen cylinder. So like I
You're talking
just,
about 12 or 13?
13.
I believe that's 13, yes.
13. Number 13. It's just a closer view on the one that I testified, which was, it is a safety violation. The picture on this,
14.
14, page 14, is a picture of this portable oxygen tank, and it's empty, and it does pose as a safety violation. Picture number
15.
15 is just a picture of, does not pose as a safety violation. It's just a picture of the unit number of the ambulance, 67.
Next is 16.
Picture number 16 is just a picture of, pillows, does not pose of safety violation. And that's the end of all the photographs.
Mr. Martinez, what date did you take those photographs?
That was November 10th.
Mr. Padilla, you may continue.
Okay, so you took those photos on November 10th, but then when you filed your report on December 7th, that said that everything had been corrected. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's all I have, Madam Examiner, or Madam Hearing Officer, I'm sorry.
Okay, let's go. If it's okay with the commissioners, let me know if you object to this. I would suggest that we take a half-hour break right now for lunch. And then when we come back, I would ask the commissioners if they have any questions along. I would also give the attorneys in the Office of General Counsel an opportunity to ask Mr. Martinez questions. Commissioners, do any of you have a problem or an objection to taking a break right now?
No, that'll be not perfect.
No,
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, let's go off the record. Let's go off the record and let's come back at 12:30.
Madam Hearing Examiner, just quickly, you told Mr. Borman how much time he had used. How much time did I use?
1 hour and 32 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, we're off the record.
Thank you.
What's that?
It's possessed. Like, no, like, it's the things that. Beep.
David, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's go back on the record. I'm going to start by asking each commissioner if he or she has any questions. Chairman Fishman?
Carolyn, I'm on. This is Valerie.
Do you have questions?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you have any questions for James Martinez?
No, not this time. And thank you for doing such a good job, Carolyn Glick. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Byrd, do you have any questions for Mr. Martinez?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Go ahead then, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Martinez.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner.
On an initial investigation, what do you need to see in the employment files?
So on the complaint, Mr. Commissioner, she had mentioned several deficiencies. So usually when I look at the initial, I want to see if every driver file has the DOT physicals, drug screenings, the DOT physical, drug screening, MDRs, to see if they all were qualified as to be able to drive the ambulance.
Is that the only thing you need?
So, drug screening, DOT physicals, background checks. They need to have their certificate. They need to have their application. They need to have their to see if they were some employees have to have our EMT licensure, so they have if they have their licensure in there and the driver file as well.
Okay. And when you went to do your investigation at Rocky Mountain, were these files in order and presented to you?
The ones that they presented to me, some were, and some were missing documents or missing period. You know, I gave him a list of driver files I wanted to see, and again, like I testified earlier, Mr. Commissioner, was he said that the complainant had stolen him or taken him with her when she left.
Did you see a police report?
A police report? No, I did not.
So is it possible that the documents you needed to see were misfiled, maybe at a different location? They had them, they just couldn't get them to you that day?
No, that where I was, that's where they keep all their files, Mr. Commissioner.
So there's no way they could have misfiled something?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Of the files that were submitted today by Mr. Padilla, how many were dated after your investigation?
Quite a few.
Just two?
No, there's more than two.
A number of them in all those attachments?
Yes.
So if they were after the date of your inspection, do those files provide the documentation you needed to see on the date of your inspection?
So my investigation, Mr. Commissioner, what it was on this investigation was that all the files that presented to me today were the day of or after. And all these drivers that I requested have been driving way before these files when this investigation started. So, I mean, yes, they are corrected today, but what about for instance, this victim, this kid, prior to, on October 28th, this driver, driver A, had been driving. He had a positive result, drug screening, as of October 19th, or 2019. He drove all that year, and then when I did the investigation, you know, when we talked to his mother and this victim, or I should say patient, he was his driver. Then when I went and when I went on November 10th and November 13th, when I requested to see his driver file, he presented one that had a positive result. And then I asked him to get me an updated one. So he sent this individual to get a drug screening, and on December the 7th, he had been already terminated as of November 13th. But all that year, and only one victim or one patient brought to attention. So thank God nothing happened during that time. If you know something could happen, but yes, all the files were corrected after my inspection or my investigation.
I think I'm going to rephrase my question. It's actually a yes/no question. Do the files that were submitted into evidence by Mr. Padilla, did they exist, and were they available the day of your inspection?
Some were and some weren't.
Okay, I'll go with that. That's my questions, Ms. Glick.
Chairman Fishman, do you have any questions for Mr. Martinez?
Unmuting here. I wanted to, you do inspections at a lot of ambulance companies. Could you characterize what's different about Rocky Mountain that's brought us to where we are today? I know we have these specific violations, but I wonder if you can give a point of comparison about what you typically see when you go in and inspect an ambulance company, and why these violations are serious enough to bring us to where we are today.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Commissioner. So again, I am ordered by state statute to conduct inspections throughout the whole state of New Mexico. And my procedure is exactly like straight across the board, like I do every ambulance service. I look at the actual ambulance and their supplies that they need to have in their driver files and maintenance files. Of all the ambulance, and again, this is my annual inspection. And it's standard. I go through everything. I look. It's not nothing new. And when I do an investigation, I go a little bit more thorough on all the files. So usually on an inspection, I'll do some random, or I'll do all files. So for instance, if it's a small service, I'll do all driver files. But if we're talking about Albuquerque Fire or Carlsbad, they have hundreds of files, so I randomly pick. That's on an inspection. When I do an investigation, I go through everything, depending on, one, on the complaint, and two, whatever the complaint is or on the investigation. So, but to answer your question, I straight across, I do everything like I do any other ambulance services.
So in terms of the number of files that are incomplete, this is way out of the norm in your experience.
Yes, because it's an investigation, so I'm looking at everything. It's an
Okay.
investigation, it's not an inspection.
And to your earlier point, your concern specifically is that folks that have not passed drug tests or had drug tests and are driving are a potential danger to folks who are using the ambulance service.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct. Yes, Mr. Commissioner.
I'm going to go back to the oxygen tanks, which you noted were empty and might be a hazard. The specific hazard was, potential hazard was that a patient could be in the ambulance, and if there was a need to use oxygen, it wouldn't be available on that ambulance. Is that a correct characterization?
Correct.
And a question was asked by Mr. Padilla is, gee, is it possible you just caught that ambulance before it was about to go through its regular prep process? Your response, as I understood it, was, well, it should always be ready. Can you explain the circumstances a little bit more around that particular finding? Because that seems to me to be a pretty potentially dangerous situation.
Yes, so the ambulance I checked that morning, Mr. Commissioner, it was going to leave for an interfacility transport. So I put my attention to give the respect to the Rocky Mountain. Hey, they have a transport. I'll inspect this because I have to do an investigation. I'm going to investigate this ambulance, so I do not stop their business. So when I did this, yes, it did have the oxygen cylinder full, but it did not have a regulator. Like I testified earlier, Mr. Padilla said that it had an onboard gauge. I checked it, nothing. I made sure it was full before I allowed them to transport this patient. And I allowed them, and I inspected it, and I let them go on with their business and their transport. So I made sure it was correct. Make sure it was safe before it took off on their transport.
Mr. Padilla had walked you through a lot of the documents that had been updated and the situations that had been corrected. Do we have any information about why or how those records got so out of date in the first place?
No, Mr. I was there. I was there on the 10th, on the 13th, and on the 7th. And every time I would ask for document or driver files, either, like I said, they couldn't produce them, they didn't have them, or somebody took them. On my updated report on December 7th, he corrected most of the current, but these files were missing a lot of stuff, but they did have some, because myself, and investigator Crispin looked at, and Bureau Chief Archuleta saw them, and we went through them, and we marked what was missing. Today, I testified they had them today, moving forward, but what about prior to this investigation? That's my whole thing. I'm the voice of all these people from the state of New Mexico or whoever they transported, and just think of them transporting somebody prior to them having a pre-employment drug screening. I don't know if I did not have these documents when they conducted these pre-employment drug screening backgrounds. I believe that pre-employment drug screening, background check, DOT physical, and driver, I think it's very important to at least, if I ask for it, it should at least tell me when they have these, and when they conducted them. And what I noticed, a lot of them were done when we showed up or after, not prior. And they had already been driving ambulances prior to that. That's what my issue is.
Okay, so a lot of these situations, as Mr. Padilla walked through, said, okay, we've corrected it. My question to you is we got into these situations where Rocky, where they were out of compliance. Have you seen any, or do you know of any actions that have been taken to correct the situations that created these out of compliance conditions in the first place?
Well, there's been prior cases before, and there's a continuing trend happening every time when we get a complaint. And when I show up to an investigation, there's this continuing missing documents on these driving files, or missing files, period. But they still have drivers out there.
So I understand you to mean that history says there hasn't been a change in their business process to ensure these problems don't keep reoccurring.
Correct.
Is that a correct statement?
Correct, Mr. Commissioner.
And you have not seen any evidence or any documentation of any changes in their processes that have occurred this time around?
Well, again, every time I show up, there's new employees, or there's a new business manager, or trying to correct stuff, and they're there for a couple of months or weeks or days, and they leave. And when I show up to do an investigation, I have not done my annual inspection this year, but every time I do an investigation, we have the continuous problem that we've had in the past.
So I'm going to ask you for a yes or no on this. Have you seen anything to give you any reason to believe that performance and compliance will improve in the future? Yes or no?
Moving forward, yes.
Well,
because I saw today on the files, today, what they showed me today, they have of the current employees,
okay.
they have the files that are corrected today.
So I'm going to rephrase that. But do you have any confidence that they've changed their business process in a way that will ensure they stay in compliance going forward?
Going by past history, I don't know.
So, okay. All right, so, I'm just looking for something affirmative to say that, hey, these records won't get out of whack again in 3 more months. And it feels like the answer is, from you, is no, you don't see that they've made any process changes that should give us a lot of confidence that that would be the case.
Correct.
Okay. Those are my questions for now.
Commissioner Hall, do you have any questions for Mr. Martinez?
Well, I was interested in this series of questions. I was wondering, Mr. Martinez, how many times have you inspected Rocky Mountain? Because you did refer to having done it in the past, you say every time I go, see, there's different personnel. How, can you explain to me if you, investigate them or if you go to their place of business on a routine basis, or is it only based on complaint calls, and how many times have you had to go? And just give me a little background about that comment.
So I usually do, I'm ordered to do an annual inspection once a year. So my annual inspection I've done was back 2019. Okay, I'd have to look to see the exact date when I did the annual inspection that I'm required by law to conduct. But so I can give you when I've been there this year on an investigation. So for this year, I've been there on July the 14th. I was there on July the 14th, November the 10th, November the 13th, and December the 7th on an investigations.
And that was because these were obviously, only one of them could have been your annual examination. So the others were based on complaints, or what was your reason for going there so frequently?
Complaints, investigation.
Oh, complaints. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Hearing Examiner Glick, I had some questions that I'm not sure this is the right time to ask them, but it's about if we decide to take an action, information that might be helpful to us to know what action might be the best in terms of protecting the public. And is that something that we should be talking about now, or would James be available to ask those questions at a later point in this hearing?
I think you should ask him now.
Okay, thank you. So I'll do that. If the action was to suspend the license or suspend operations, would there be resources available to be sure that we can still provide adequate service to the public?
Oh, Chairman Fishman, actually staff has another witness that is going to provide testimony on other providers, whether other providers would be available to replace Rocky Mountain.
Terrific. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Fishman, Jason Montoya, who is the acting director of the Transportation Division, will be available to provide evidence in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Now I'll ask whether our general counsel, Michael Smith, has any questions for Mr. Martinez.
Hearing Examiner Glick, if be so, Mike and I have discussed, and I actually have a couple questions to follow up with Mr. Martinez on behalf of General Counsel.
Okay.
Good afternoon, James. Earlier, it was Mr. Padilla had asked you if the updated employee file exhibits that he presented to you cured the deficiencies of your report, and you responded they did. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Okay. Now, is it safe to assume that the cured deficiency then is for purposes of record retention?
Correct.
Okay. In your opinion, from a safety perspective, why is it important for a provider of ambulance services to conduct pre-employment background checks and drug screenings?
So on the pre-employment background checks, one, obviously to see if they, you know, they don't have any felonies and any background. And if they, because majority of transport that Rocky Mountain does are interfacility transports, and they do conduct transports where they pick up or drop off patients at home. So one EMT has to be in the ambulance and a driver. Well, there's times that a driver needs to assist the EMT to either go inside a home or after. So that's the reason of a background check.
Okay.
Can you please speak up, please, more?
So those are the reasons because of the background checks. For one, as they start their employment, and two, since Rocky Mountain conducts interfacility transport, majority, if not all, transports are interfacility transports. Sometimes they pick up patients at home or drop off patients at home. And it requires one EMT and one driver. So the driver obviously is not an EMT license, but he assists the EMT. So he goes in the home with the EMT if they have to be wheeled out the home or wheeled in. So they require a background check.
Okay.
A pre-employment drug screening, we got to make sure it's a motor carrier. It's a federal rule that they have to be pre-employment drug screen on a 5-panel. So once an ambulance car is a motor carrier, they have to perform a pre-employment drug screening and also continue to be in a random consortium. So during that time, make sure that this driver that's operating this ambulance, transporting patients and staff, make sure they have not had any positive results, and then during the time that they've been employed for the ambulance service on the random consortium.
On the random what?
Consortium?
Okay, thank you. So would it be your opinion then that if an employer performed a background check or drug screening after this person had been employed, after they had been driving, that although the record retention portion of it had been cured, the safety aspect of it had not been cured? Would that be an accurate opinion of yours?
Well, so you might want to refer, can you repeat
Sure. Let me.
that question?
So if an employer performs a background check or drug screening after an employee has been working there for a while putting the record into their file might create a cure of the deficiency of that file, does the safety aspect of doing that after employment disappear?
Yeah, after. Well, what happened about
Moving forward. But what about the safety factor after hire and before drug screen? Is there still a safety risk there?
Yes.
Thank you. During the course of your investigation, you did identify a couple of employees that did have positive drug screens in their record files, correct?
Correct.
Did you find any evidence of rehabilitation of those employees or return to work requirements in their employee files?
No, sir.
Not a one? Not a scintilla?
Not
even one little.
The only thing I saw recently was a letter from a medical doctor indicating that the person that had tested positive for amphetamines had a prescription, and he indicated that she was okay to drive an ambulance under the drug Adderall. That's
Okay.
the only thing I saw. I did not see a SAP program. There was not a SAP program or any return to duty program. It's just that letter
Okay.
that I saw from a medical doctor.
So to the best of your knowledge right now, does respondent have a zero tolerance policy?
Yes.
Okay, and are they following that zero tolerance policy, in your opinion?
No.
Okay. Have you reviewed respondent's website at all?
Yes.
Is there any notice of that zero tolerance policy on their website?
Yes.
And what would that do? Can you recall what that was?
That they do have a drug policy, I believe, and they
Okay.
follow the drug policy.
Okay. At any point, did the owner, Ed Little, admit to you via email that a driver drove an ambulance after a positive drug test?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay, and I believe that's as part of Exhibit 2, page 29, when he identified that. Okay, so that would be in violation of a zero tolerance policy, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When was the first time you were, respondent has indicated that certain employee files were stolen. When was the first time you were aware of that file report being stolen?
On November 10th.
That was the first time you had heard of that?
Yeah, so what I asked, I asked Mr. Little about, I gave him a list of driver files that he didn't present to me. And his response was that Wendy Ashworth, the complainant, had stolen them when she left.
Okay. Now, I believe from her, I believe she is no longer employed there. And I think her last day of employment was approximately August 31st. So during September and October, you were not aware of any documents being reported as stolen. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. And I
Okay.
I did tell Mr. Little that since she stopped working in August to present, when I was asking her on November 10th, why didn't he correct a driver file for these individuals? Because it's required to have, regardless if they're former employees or current, and he just didn't have them.
And would respondent have been under a duty to inform the PRC if documents were stolen or destroyed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The last thing I just want to touch on is, I believe in your initial report, you noted that there was deficiencies in the daily driver vehicle inspection reports. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me, like, the frequency? How bad were the deficiencies? Was it being done once a week? Just a couple of days missing here and there?
There was no driver daily files when the daily checks. Now, when I went on December 7th, they were corrected. But on November 10th, there was no indication of driver's checks that they presented to me at the base.
Is November 10th when that ambulance, was November 10th the date when you prevented that ambulance from going on a transport?
Correct.
Okay, so we really can't, would it be safe to say, in your opinion, that we really can't assume that at 8 o'clock, a daily driver report would have been done that day?
Correct.
That's all the follow-up questions I had. Thank you, hearing examiner.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. You're excused. And Mr. Borman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you,
Hey,
Madam Hearing.
Carolyn, wait a minute. Carolyn, before you dismiss Mr. Martinez,
Yes.
I do have some questions for him, or a question for him. Hi, Mr. Martinez. This is Commissioner Espinosa. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you. Are these safety violations repeated, new, or different today from when the commission previously suspended this ambulance provider?
They are
Because
new.
it appears that they are, in addition to new, but repeated. Is there a pattern here?
Yes, there is. Yes, it is, Commissioner Espinosa.
And is it correct to say that you're basically assisting over and over and explaining how they should be doing their job safely, but it doesn't seem to occur? Is that what I've heard today?
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Carolyn Glick, the hearing examiner. Thank you.
Are there any other questions of Mr. Martinez from commissioners? Okay, Mr. Martinez, you're excused now. And Mr. Borman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Staff would call Vince Crispin. Mr. Crispin, I think you're going to need to put on your video and unmute yourself.
Give me 1 second.
All righty.
Okay, here I am.
Would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Crispin. I have a few questions for you initially. By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, Transportation Division, and I'm a state investigator with the Transportation Division.
And how long have you held that position?
For about 5.5 years.
And you've performed inspections and investigations on behalf of Transportation Division in that time?
I have.
Okay. And what did you do before you came to the commission 5 years ago?
I was a law enforcement officer.
Okay. And what did you do as a law enforcement officer? Did you perform investigations in that role as well?
I did.
Okay. So as part of your duties in your current position, did you perform an investigation of Running Bear Rescue, Inc., DBA Rocky Mountain EMS as directed by the commission in its orders in this case?
Yes, I assisted in an investigation on that. Company.
Okay. And based on that investigation, did you prepare or participate in preparing a report?
I did.
Okay. Now you should have a document that is marked as Staff Exhibit 3. Do you have that?
I do.
Okay. Can you identify that document?
It has the report that I authored along with attachments that I put onto it, that I added onto it.
Okay. And when did you file that report?
It was filed on, I believe I don't see a date on here when it was filed. I know when I turned it in. I believe it was turned in on the 16th of November.
Okay. And that was, I guess, a report that was prepared to supplement a report that Mr. Martinez prepared?
There was a supplemental to his report, yes.
Okay. And was Staff Exhibit 3, the report you prepared, that was prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any changes or corrections to Staff Exhibit 3?
No.
Okay. Are the statements that you make in Staff Exhibit 3 true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Wait, do you adopt Staff Exhibit 3 as your sworn testimony in this matter?
Yes, I do.
At this time, Madam Hearing Examiner, I would like to move admission of Staff Exhibit 3.
Mr. Padilla, any objection?
Object on the basis that this report is shown in the e-filing docket of the commission to have actually been filed on November 17 of 2020, and that the commissioner's order specifically required it to be filed by close of business on the 16th. So the report is not in compliance with the commission's order and therefore should not be admitted into evidence.
Mr. Borman?
Ms. Hearing Examiner, we had the same discussion regarding Mr. Martinez's report. And I think for the same reasons, this report should be admitted just like Mr. Martinez's report was admitted.
The objection is overruled. Staff Exhibit 3 is admitted.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Crispin. He is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Crispin, your report is a supplemental report, correct?
Yes, sir.
You are not the lead investigator on this particular matter, correct?
No, sir, I was not.
Okay. And you, as I understand it, were basically there to assist Mr. Martinez, right?
Yes, you're correct in that assumption.
Okay. Your report is about 4 pages long, and would I be correct in concluding that your report primarily involves one incident? That would be the incident with regard to the transport of a child, a 16-year-old child.
You are correct.
Okay. Now, are you aware of any commission rule that specifically states a time frame in which a transport should be completed?
No.
Okay. I see in your report that you only make reference to one statutory section, which is section 18.3.2.20. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you're correct.
In 18.3.2.20 refers to requirements applicable to all passenger service carriers. And it's got 4 subsections. Are you contending that the entirety of that rule has been violated, or is there a specific portion of that rule that you're focused on?
I mainly focused on it's vague, but it does say a safe and adequate service. And after hearing the child speak and conducting interviews with the Grossetos, Mr. Kyle and Nick Grosseto, I feel that safe and adequate service wasn't provided to this child.
And would that be because of the length of the trip?
Well, you have the length of the trip. You got to bear in mind this is a child. They operate by a different set of rules and laws. The mentality of this child, the fact that they took him on a trip that his parents knew nothing where he was at. I mean, he's a child. His parents should have been aware of where he was at all along. The fact that he was left alone, unsupervised, and without anybody knowing the state of mind he was in, what could have happened there is just, it didn't, but what could have happened is unthinkable. I mean, it's scary. And that's
As a matter of fact, your report is basically what could have happened, correct?
Right.
You, for example, you state that the incidents suggest that Rocky Mountain employee, that RMEMS or Rocky Mountain EMS is in violation of 18 3/2/20, correct?
Yes,
You specifically use the word suggest. You didn't say they actually are, correct?
yes,
And you also say it appears Rocky Mountain EMS has a practice of doing certain things, correct?
yes, I did.
So you didn't reach the actual conclusion that they have that particular practice, correct?
Right, but I have never investigated them until this time. So I don't know, just by hearing in their interviews and what happened on this one, that if they're doing it on all their runs, or if it seems on some of their runs, it's a practice that they follow.
Would it be fair to state that because you were assisting Mr. Martinez and because your report is simply a supplemental report, that you counted on Mr. Martinez to deal with the specific violations aspect of this one trip involving a 16-year-old minor?
No, I relied on Mr. Martinez's expertise in the ambulance industry to let him, do what he did, and I focused on this, and that was something him and I discussed. He's more versed in the ambulance aspect of the of the Motor Carrier Act than I am.
Okay, so can you tell me a little bit about your knowledge with regard to the ambulance industry then? Is it just a very general knowledge, or do you have some sort of specific knowledge and training with regard to the ambulance industry?
No, I've done a few ambulance inspections under supervision when I first started, but we've always had somebody that was dedicated to the ambulance services, and he works with the Department of Health and other aspects of the ambulance service that I don't, and that I'm not familiar with. So I
Okay,
defer
so
to
you don't have specific, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's okay, I'm sorry.
So you don't have specific knowledge with regard to all of the regulations, or even quite a number of the regulations that apply to ambulance services. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you look up and decide that section 18.3.2.20 would possibly be the most applicable section, even though it's somewhat vague for you to express an opinion on? Or did somebody suggest to you, somebody like Mr. Martinez, say, well, that's the one?
No, I did it. It was me. I read it being vague. I just didn't feel that this child was treated in a safe and adequate manner.
Okay. And if I understand your report correctly, it was what could have happened, but actually did not happen, correct?
Well, yes, obviously it didn't happen, but it could have. And that in itself shouldn't have even, it should have never got there to the could have.
I pass the witness.
Mr. Crespian, I have a clarifying question on page 4, which is the last page of your report. You quote Rule 18.3.2.20, which Mr. Padilla was just asking you about. And Mr. Padilla was asking you whether you had found that the transport of this child was a violation of this rule, or whether you were just suggesting it was. And I'm going to read the first 2 sentences on page 4. You state RMEMS is in violation of this rule. The following are instances that suggest they were in violation of this rule. So my question to you is, can you clarify, did the transport of this child violate that rule?
Well, yes, it did. I'm looking at page 4 now. On subsection A, safe and adequate service is listed there. I don't feel that he was provided safe and adequate service because it took him 8 hours to get there. His parents didn't know where he was at. He wasn't happy with being on that trip, according to what he told us in his interview. His state of mind should have been taken into consideration. And also there's subsection D, transportation of property limited. And I felt that the transporting a dog in the same ambulance as a kid was in violation of that subsection there as well.
And do you consider that violation to be a safety violation?
I do. We don't know
Thank
again, we don't know this kid's, if he's allergic to dogs, if he's got any, if he can have a reaction to this dog. I mean, obviously we know now he didn't, but they didn't know at the time. So I feel that his safety wasn't taken into consideration because of the fact that they had a dog, or because of the fact that they decided to go take a trip, you know, hundreds of miles out of the way, to pick somebody else up. And I feel that they were only canceled after the mother made a big deal about it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Espinoza, do you have any questions? Commissioner Espinoza? Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you have any questions?
No questions at this time, but there's serious concerns that are being brought forward for the commissioners to hear. And I am so glad that our entire staff has captured this. So I would just like to get on the record to make sure that our staff is doing adequate work. And I cannot be so proud. I cannot be so proud of our staff. They go above all the obstacles during the pandemic. And I'm glad this hearing is happening. And that's my remark. Thank you.
Commissioner Byrd, do you have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So Mr. Padilla twice has said that time is not a factor in statute. And it is my opinion that it would be silly to put it in there because you can't know every known point of origin and destination. And so you can't say that you have a limit in time, but there is statutes that imply that a transport should be done in a timely fashion in order to get patients safely delivered to their destination. What is your opinion on time of transports?
Commission Chair, Commissioner Byrd, are you talking to me? I feel that you're,
yes, sir.
You're absolutely correct. And the statute does say in a timely manner. And I feel that 8 hours is way too much time for a 16-year-old kid who's not in total control of his mental faculties. And not to mention the fact that his mother and father who are dealing with their child's mental state and medical condition are having to deal with the unknown of where he's at and what he's going through. And if he's receiving the adequate care or the necessary care that he's en route to this place for. I mean, he's going over there for a reason. And I think that time is of the utmost importance when a child is involved and their mental state is at question. So I feel that you are absolutely correct. It needs to be as timely as possible.
Yes, thank you. And on another, he asked the question because the child apparently was left alone, and he asked, did anything occur while the child was left alone?
No. Nothing.
And I believe you answered no. However, we know through studies, and they've come up with what is called the accident pyramid, and every near miss leads to a minor incident, and every minor incident will lead to a major incident until it reaches the pinnacle of the pyramid. And so this policy of leaving people alone is leading to a major problem in the future. How would you address that? Mr. Crispin?
Well, I made reference to this because of the fact that in our day and age and with mental health the way it is, we don't know what could have happened. This kid, like I said, we don't know his mental state, and it's scary to think that being left alone, he could have taken off. There's a freeway close by. He could have been hit by a car. He could have been taken by somebody, and we just don't know. But in answer to your question, I really don't understand what you're asking of me of that.
So the accident pyramid is kind of an industry standard that says that for every near miss, for every opportunity of an incident occurring, even though it didn't happen that time, the more incidents you have, the more likelihood there is that an incident is going to occur.
Yes, I agree with
And
that.
so they have a policy, or they've allowed actions that are increasing the incidences, which could lead to a serious outcome.
Yes, I agree. And that happens a lot, and it could happen more by the mere fact when you're transporting more than one patient. And the safety that I wasn't asked, but I'm going to add it if I may, is that had they picked up the other passenger, was he getting adequate care with one EMT on board, and would he have received it? And he wasn't even receiving it when the one EMT on board drove the second leg of the trip. He was in the back with the driver. A medical episode would have occurred. Then he didn't have the adequate care there. When asked during the interview what he would have done while he was driving the only EMT on board, I asked him, what would you have done if this kid would have had a medical episode and he needed you right there? His answer was to pull over and jump in the back and provide care. But that's not what he's there for. That is why there's a driver and an EMT. And had they went straight to Las Cruces, there would have been no need to think that he would have had to do that. He had to get in there and help the other guy drive. And that's my thought on safe and adequate care, because it was not provided.
That's my questions, Ms. Glick. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall, do you have any questions?
No, I don't at this time. Thank you very much.
Chairman Fishman, do you have any questions?
Yeah, a quick one here. Mr. Crespin, is safe and adequate care the only thing in statute or rule that is a standard of care for the ambulance provider, or are there others?
There was others. Let me refer to my notes, my book. Excuse me. I also looked at it's 18.3.14.20. And I've spoken about that already, and it's non-emergency and scheduled ambulance transport. Under B, provide at a minimum one EMT of the appropriate level for the transport and one qualified driver. The EMT shall be in the patient compartment attending the patient whenever a patient is being cared for or transported. And like I've mentioned already, that was not followed. But I didn't put it in there, but I that's my fault. I erred in that. But I feel that rule itself was also, they were in violation of that rule as well.
And in terms of safe and adequate care, are there is there any history or precedent that you're aware of about what safe and adequate care means?
No, I can't answer that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can I get that site again, please? That I was just wondering if Mr. Crespin could provide that regulatory site again that he just mentioned.
Ma'am, it's 18.3.14.20, non-emergency and scheduled ambulance transport service, and it's under subsection B.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mueller, do you or any other attorneys in the Office of General Counsel have any questions?
Yes, thank you, hearing examiner. I do have just a quick follow-up question for Mr. Crespin. Good afternoon, Vince.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, as indicated, Mr. Padilla had asked you if there was a statute that does not indicate a specific time a transport has to be completed in, and you responded no. As one of the commissioners indicated, that would be kind of late to do a specific time, since we don't know if it's Santa Fe to Albuquerque or Santa Fe to Cruces. So, but would you agree that from a safety perspective, time is of the essence when conducting an ambulance service care?
I do, and I believe I alluded to that earlier.
Yes.
That, I mean,
Go
ahead.
I do want to direct your attention to one statute quickly. It's 18.3.14.8. And that is the duty to provide service for an ambulance. And under there, it says under Part B, an ambulance service shall transport a patient requiring medical treatment to the closest appropriate facility capable of providing definitive care. Now, by the inclusion of the word closest, would it be your opinion that they meant to include there is a time is of the essence in getting them to the closest facility?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm going to object to that question. The scope of this hearing, as is defined in your order, is what is contained in the file. That question is now attempting to insert into this case additional rules that were not cited or were not considered by this witness or by anybody else in this particular case. It's attempting to expand upon the scope of this particular matter. It's a violation of my client's due process rights. I haven't had an opportunity to deal with these issues and to prepare for these issues. I don't have any notice of an issue of this sort. I object.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I am following up from Mr. Padilla's question regarding whether a statute contained time restrictions.
And the statute doesn't contain time restrictions.
Overruled.
Back to my question, Mr. Crispin, by the inclusion of the word closest, then, would you agree that from a safety factor, time is of the essence?
Yes.
And would you agree that if an ambulance decided to do additional pickups or segue around, that would not be providing service to the closest facility?
Yes, I agree.
No further questions, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Crosby. You're excused.
Madam Hearing Officer, thank you, commissioners.
And Mr. Borman, you may call your last witness.
Thank you, Mr. Crespin. At this time, staff calls Jason Montoya.
Mr. Montoya, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter up should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Montoya.
Good afternoon.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm currently employed by the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission in a few capacities. I'm serving the commission as chief of staff. I am also the acting transportation division director and pipeline safety bureau chief.
As part of the duties as the acting transportation division director, you supervise Mr. Crespin and Mr. Martinez, do you not?
Not directly. There is one barrier between Mr. Martinez and Mr. Crespin. They report directly to Fidel Archuleta, and Fidel reports to the division director.
Okay, so through Mr. Archuleta, you supervise them, I guess, correct?
That is correct.
And you're familiar with the investigation that they performed regarding running bear rescue, is that correct?
Yes, I am familiar with it.
Okay, and so, and are you familiar with the pre-hearing order that the hearing examiner issued the other day in this case regarding, I guess it's paragraph I? Do you
Yes,
have the pre-hearing order? Okay. And do you, well, I don't have the exact language in front of me, but here,
I have it, if you'd like
okay.
me to read it.
Yeah,
It
could you read
says,
that?
staff shall present a witness to orally identify all other motor carriers who are authorized to provide the same service in the same territory as RMEMS.
Okay. And Mr. Montoya, did you perform or have performed for you a search to identify who those motor carriers might be?
Yes, yes, we did. We did a research and prepared a list of those carriers.
So do you have a document that has been marked as staff exhibit, I believe it's 5?
Yes, I have that in front of me.
Okay. And can you describe what that document is?
Yes, this document was prepared in response to the order, the pre-hearing order, and it basically summarizes the additional ambulance service providers by county in which Rocky Mountain is currently authorized to perform those services in.
Okay. And what county or counties is Rocky Mountain currently authorized to provide services in?
So Rocky Mountain, per their certificate, I might want to just go ahead and read it verbatim if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Authorized to transport sick, injured, or disabled person or persons between points and places in Santa Fe, Los Alamos, San Miguel counties, restricted from transporting to and from Las Vegas, New Mexico, and from transporting between points and places within Las Vegas, New Mexico. So the counties would include Santa Fe, Los Alamos, and San Miguel.
Okay. And so the staff exhibit 5 basically identifies the other carriers who are eligible or certificated, I guess is a better term, to provide service in those counties. Is that correct?
Yes, and just to clarify, it is the same service as Rocky Mountain provides.
Okay, thank you. Madam Hearing Examiner, at this point, I would move admission of staff exhibit 5.
Mr. Padilla, any objection?
Yes, ma'am. I object on the basis that neither the report of Mr. Martinez nor the report of Mr. Crispin takes into consideration the issue of other ambulance services which are authorized in this particular area, doesn't address that subject matter in any manner whatsoever. I understand that the hearing examiner's pre-hearing order, in fact, did that, but I would object to that aspect of the pre-hearing order on the basis that it improperly expands upon the scope of the investigation that was originally brought to the attention of the commission and the scope of the follow-up investigation that was ordered by the commission. And that's it. I object.
Mr. Borman, I'll respond to that because I'm the one that ordered it. I am overruling the objection. So staff exhibit 5 is admitted.
Okay, at this point, Mr. Montoya, do you have any additional information to add about staff exhibit 5?
I would like to make a slight change if that's okay.
Oh, if there's a correction that you need to make, please do so.
Yes, and it's just in the carrier's name. The
Okay.
County, the third item is Santo Domingo. We should have added the abbreviation EMS.
Okay,
after the name. And then in the same, under the same Santa Fe County, there's a typo. It should be Cochiti Lake, and it's currently Cochiti Lafe, L-A-F-E, so a typo there.
okay. So Santo Domingo should be Santo Domingo EMS, and the following item should be Cochiti Lake,
That's correct.
L-A-K-E.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Montoya. He's available for cross-examination.
Mr. Montoya, I don't know if the commissioners have this exhibit in front of them. So could you please, for each county, identify the carriers on your list that provide the same service as Rocky Mountain EMS?
Sure, absolutely. Under Santa Fe County, it includes Santa Fe County themselves, the City of Santa Fe Ambulance, Santo Domingo EMS, Cochiti Lake Fire and Rescue, Superior Ambulance Service, and Albuquerque Ambulance Service. Under Los Alamos County, we have the incorporated county of Los Alamos, Superior Ambulance Service, and Albuquerque Ambulance Service. Under San Miguel County, that is Albuquerque Ambulance Service, Superior Ambulance Service, and Springer Volunteer Ambulance Service. And so the two ambulance services that are considered to have statewide operating authority are under every county, obviously our Superior and Albuquerque Ambulance.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Padilla.
Mr. Montoya, do I understand correctly that this information only pertains to ambulance services that are authorized in the territory that Rocky Mountain EMS now serves?
As this list was prepared in response to the pre-hearing order, and it provides a list identifying all other motor carriers who are authorized to provide the same service in the same territory as Rocky Mountain.
So it's simply those that are authorized, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you contact any of these carriers, for example, Albuquerque Ambulance Service, to determine that they would pick up the slack, so to speak?
I personally did not make any contact in response to the pre-hearing order in preparing
So
this.
you didn't contact any of these services, correct?
Not when I was preparing the list, no.
Okay. And for example, Albuquerque Ambulance is already authorized to station vehicles in Santa Fe, New Mexico, right?
I would have to look at their stationing points on the certificate to answer that question. I just know that they are authorized to provide the same service.
Are you aware of the fact that Albuquerque Ambulance is wholly owned by Presbyterian Hospital?
I'm sorry, could you restate the question?
Are you aware of the fact that Albuquerque Ambulance is wholly owned by Presbyterian Healthcare Services?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And so what Albuquerque Ambulance does in Santa Fe right now is they service only the Presbyterian Hospital in Santa Fe, correct?
I don't have that information available to me right now. I couldn't answer that question.
Okay. But the bottom line is that at most, what this exhibit shows is authorization, not that these entities would actually step in and pick up the slack, correct?
Again, this list is a summary of motor carriers that are authorized to perform the same interfacility transport services in each of the three counties.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Espinoza, do you have any questions of Mr. Montoya?
No, madam.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you have any questions for Mr. Montoya?
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Byrd?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall?
No, thank you.
Chairman Fishman?
No.
Okay. Mr. Miller?
I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya. You're excused.
Thank you.
And Mr. Borman, am I correct? That concludes the presentation of your witnesses?
That is correct, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay. Mr. Padilla, you may call your first witness.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I note that it's about 1:45. I don't know if you want to continue or whether you want to take a break before I start.
I think I'd like to go on for a little while longer, so why don't you go ahead and start?
Yes.
Okay. I call Richard Austin. Why don't you sit up here?
Mr. Austin, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Can you please give us your name, sir?
Richard Austin.
Mr. Austin, can you tell us whether or not you are associated in any manner with Rocky Mountain EMS?
Yes, sir. I'm currently function as a consultant and director of operations.
And could you explain to us what being a consultant and the director of operations for Rocky Mountain EMS entails?
So initially, I came in as a consultant to do a review of the service in itself, and then what has since moved into the position of director of operations to correct any deficiencies that I may have found within the organization.
And have you done anything in that regard?
Yes, sir. I mean, most of the exhibits that were presented earlier today were a direct result of my findings and during my consultation that we were showing the deficiencies that I found within the organization and implemented processes to make sure that we are compliant not only with the PRC regulations, but also with the EMS Bureau.
You heard one of the commissioners, I believe it was Commissioner Fishman, but I'm not certain, ask a question as to whether or not there were any indications that Rocky Mountain EMS could turn this situation around and come into compliance and stay in compliance. Do you have anything to state with regard to that issue?
I'd like to say that, I do have several, over 20 years of experience within the fire EMS service. Initially starting out as a probationary firefighter, all the way up to a fire chief. So I am familiar with the regulations. I've also been a licensed paramedic for the last 11 years. I'm sorry, correction, 9 years. Again, I can't speak for the past of what has happened. I can only speak for myself for the current. I've gone through, I'm in the process of reviewing policies that are currently in place. I've implemented to make sure that there's the enforcement of the PRC regulations requiring the driver and EMS requirements that Mr. Martinez mentioned.
Were you hired specifically to bring Rocky Mountain into compliance and to ensure that Rocky Mountain stays in compliance with all applicable statutes and regulations?
Yes, sir.
And have you made progress towards doing that?
I believe so, and I'd like to hope that the documentation exhibits speak for themselves.
Do you anticipate that you'll continue to make progress and ultimately get to the point where there is total compliance and remain in total compliance?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a timetable in mind?
I think for the most part, as Mr. Martinez even mentioned, that on his December 7th investigation, I've gone through, made sure that all of our transport vehicles do meet PRC requirements. Our employee files, with the exception of a few things that are still missing, are now in compliant. Again, I can't comment on the past. All I can focus on is what's in front of me now and the future.
So in terms of a timeline, are we talking about within weeks, months, years?
As far as the PRC requirements for our vehicles and our staff, my goal is by December 31st. There's some other things that are going to take some more time, more dealing on the EMS side of review and revision of current policies.
Okay. Could you tell us a little bit about your background? You said you're a paralegal or a paramedic, but in terms of your education and your work experience, could you fill us in, please?
As mentioned, I've been in the fire EMS service for 20 plus years. Started out initially as a probationary volunteer firefighter, progressed through the ranks as a training captain, assistant chief, and then a district chief. Most recently, I was the fire chief of a county fire department where I was responsible for 22 fire stations and upwards of 250 to 300 staff members.
And do those, at those 22 fire stations, were there emergency vehicles, ambulances?
Yes, sir. I was actually oversight of 118 different pieces of apparatus, both on the fire EMS side, and we did have 2 PRC regulated transport units.
And because of that experience that you have, are you fully aware of what equipment goes into ambulances and what equipment is required to be in an ambulance when it's dispatched?
Yes, sir. And that's actually one of the changes that I've made. The daily truck checks now consist of that list, so that every day those trucks receive a daily truck check. The EMT is responsible for signing that document and submitting it to the on-shift supervisor of any deficiencies, and then the equipment is to be restocked immediately.
So are those daily truck checks being accomplished at this point in time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've heard testimony that when Mr. Martinez first went out to investigate, there were a number of ambulances that had either empty cylinders of oxygen or cylinders that had gauges that weren't working properly, and that his visit on that occasion occurred at about 7:50 a.m. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What can you tell us about the procedure for daily checks of these ambulances at that time of day?
So at that time of day, the way our normal schedule works is I have anywhere, depending on the day, I have anywhere from 2 to 4 crews available on shift between the hours of 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And then in the evening time, I have 1 crew on shift that is assigned a vehicle to respond to any transports during that time. At the beginning of each shift, I do assign each crew to a specific ambulance in this case, and they are responsible for the daily truck check, the upkeep of it, the cleanliness as well, with one major exception. Because of this pandemic, I have actually designated one of the transport apparatus, which is Unit 59, which is our designated COVID positive transport unit. So any of our COVID positive patients are only transported in that vehicle, so that, again, we can minimize the contamination of our staff, our equipment, cross-contamination, I apologize, of our staff, equipment, and our patients as well.
Are you aware of any other ambulance service in the state of New Mexico which currently has a designated COVID ambulance truck?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Have you had any interaction with investigator James Martinez since this investigation has begun?
I did meet Mr. Martinez, Mr. Crispin, and Mr. Archuleta on December 7th, briefly at the Albuquerque base.
And did you discuss with Mr. Martinez the fact that you had a COVID designated vehicle?
Yes, sir.
What can you tell us what that conversation entailed, please?
So I did apologize that I wasn't available for the inspection that took place at the Santa Fe base because I hadn't been on shift. I was driving in that day. He did mention, I did say, you know, hopefully you've seen some improvement since I've come on board in the last couple of months. He did make a comment that the trucks were the best that he'd seen in his time of coming in doing the investigation. And I did mention, ask him what his opinion of the COVID response truck was. He said that he thought that that was a great idea.
And as far as the preparation of trucks for the day's work, well, let me ask it like this. I assume that there are times that when a truck goes out, when an ambulance goes out and they make a run, there is equipment that's used, things such as oxygen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there are instances that cause the truck to there to be trash on the floor of the truck, for example, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if you put a bandage on somebody, you get rid of the wrapping as quickly as you can, and then later on you clean it up. Would that be the case?
Yes, sir. As long as patient condition allows, it's always been my practice. I don't speak for other providers, to clean up my mess as I go, as long as the patient condition and treatment that's needed warrants that.
So what happens when the staff comes on at 8 a.m. in the morning?
So we actually have a multi-process that starts out in the morning, and when they come in at 8 a.m., they're required to get with one of the designated EMTs. We do a pre-COVID screening of our staff each morning that are going to be on shift. We take a full set of vitals as well as temperature, and then we document that if they were displaying any symptoms. Immediately after that, I don't know if I can mention the facility name, but one of the facilities that we do primary transports out of, they do also, per their policy, require our staff to be pre-screened for COVID there as well, so that they do that. And both of those are required to be done by 8:30 a.m. And then by 9 o'clock, then they come back to the base and they perform their daily truck checks. I have that divided up into two sections. The driver has a truck check that they do, where they're responsible for checking all the fluids, checking the tires, anything that has to do with the mechanical portion of the truck, as well as cleaning the cab of the vehicle. And then the EMT that's assigned to that truck that day is responsible for doing the medical check per the PRC requirements of the patient care compartment.
Okay, so if you have a truck that somebody looks at 7:50 or 8 a.m. in the morning, would you consider it to be unusual that perhaps one or more of the trucks do not have totally full oxygen cylinders?
I wouldn't like to say that it's the usual practice, but given what the previous shift was, there is a chance that maybe something may not be 100% stock to quantities, which is another reason why I require them to do a morning truck check.
Okay. There's been testimony here today about the big oxygen cylinders. Would it be fair to call them the primary oxygen source on a truck?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are these cylinders that have been talked about, the ones that didn't have gauges that were working, or the ones that were empty or were only half full, are those the only sources of oxygen on the ambulances of Rocky Mountain EMS?
No, sir. We refer to those as either M cylinders or T-MOXes. They are a primary, but we are also required to carry D cylinders, which is our small portable oxygen units. And each of our trucks have a minimum of 3 to 4 of those on each unit.
So you have up to 4 or 5 sources of oxygen on each ambulance?
Yes, sir. And primarily the portable ones is one, if something happens with the oxygen system, regulator system on the primary, we have the backup. And then the portables are also used that if we're transporting a patient that requires continuous oxygen, once we remove them from the truck, there's one on every stretcher so that we can continue oxygen administration while we're either taking the patient into their residence or into the transferring facility.
So would it be fair to conclude then that simply because one source of oxygen is empty or perhaps doesn't operate appropriately, that does not mean that there is not a source of oxygen on that particular vehicle?
That would be fair.
How many vehicles, how many ambulances are typically available on a daily basis at the stationing point for Rocky Mountain EMS?
So at the Santa Fe base, I always try to keep at least 5 ambulances available. Again, depending on the day, based on call volume, history, and stuff like that, how many crews I have on, I'll have either 2 to 4 ambulances in service. And then I always have one there for a backup just for the unforeseen.
Are these ambulances, do you use every day all 5 of the ambulances?
No, sir.
So if you have 5 ambulances available, how many would you typically use?
On an average, we use 2 to 3. Again, with that COVID truck coming into play, we do use that one, pretty much does get used every day. So there's that one. And then Most times I have 2 other crews, so 2 additional trucks. So on an average, 3 per day.
And are you on site at the Santa Fe facility to supervise during the hours that you actually work?
Yes, sir. My primary schedule is from Thursday through Sunday. And then I do have another supervisor that works Sunday through Wednesday night that supervises as well.
And as a supervisor, when a truck comes in, if oxygen has been used, for example, is it your responsibility to ensure that the oxygen is replaced?
I do periodic truck checks of each truck just at random. They are responsible for turning those truck checks into the on-duty supervisor each day.
What about the persons who are assigned to the truck? If you have a crew, which I understand to be a driver and an EMT, are they assigned to a specific truck for the day?
Yes, sir. Again, with the exception of that COVID truck. So if there's a transport that's a COVID patient, then they may transfer from the truck that they're using to the COVID designated vehicle.
Okay. So they come in the morning and they do this initial truck check and they make sure everything's appropriate before they go out, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if they go out and they utilize oxygen or bandages or whatever, and they come back in, what are their responsibilities in terms of replenishing what was used?
So it is their responsibility. Ultimately, again, just like with anything, the ultimate responsibility falls on the supervisor. But for accountability purposes, the EMT that was responsible for the patient care is responsible for making sure that the equipment that was utilized is restocked.
And do you instruct your EMTs that is their responsibility?
Absolutely. It's actually posted in our employee board as well as our we have a communication program that we use that has been sent out that's listed as daily duties for every personnel.
And in your time as the operations manager for Rocky Mountain EMS, have you found that the EMTs are, at least at this point in time, following instructions and doing what they have to do as far as keeping equipment up to date?
Again, it's a progression. Whenever I address my staff, what I usually do is I always tell them progress, not perfection. We didn't get where we are overnight. We're not going to fix it overnight. And that's why I say the time frame of correcting certain things is a little bit more. I tend to focus on the patient care responsibilities and the safety of our staff as number one priorities to make sure that we're meeting the requirements of the PRC as well as the EMS Bureau.
Okay. You heard me talk with Mr. Martinez about Unit 57 that he said had an oxygen cylinder that didn't have a gauge. And I asked Mr. Martinez about an internal digital gauge for the oxygen level. Do you know what an internal digital gauge for oxygen level is?
Yes, sir.
Could you explain that, please?
So what that is, it's an inline gauge. The oxygen system has multiple ports in the back of a patient care compartment. So you've got your main line that comes in on our work area where all of our control panel is. And then it comes in there. There's usually a digital gauge on I'm going to say probably 90 to 95% of ambulances I've ever been in that shows what the PSI that's in that bottle is within that truck. So it's another safety that the patient care provider has direct access to that, to where the manual gauges that are mounted on the bottles themselves, while they are accessible to the patient care provider, you have to open up a compartment door to gain access to that compartment, because that's an exterior compartment due to, again, oxygen is flammable, so we don't carry those large bottles directly inside the ambulance. They're in an outside compartment.
And do you know whether or not Unit 57 has a digital gauge?
It does, yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not, since you've been dealing with Rocky Mountain EMS, whether or not that gauge has been operative at all times?
To my knowledge, it's never been brought to my attention that it wasn't inoperable. I can't comment on that particular morning. As I mentioned, I wasn't there. I do know that the only way that that gauge does work is that you do have to turn the power source onto the vehicle. Again, I won't comment on Mr. Martinez. Mr. Martinez has the knowledge, and I wasn't physically there.
There were there's been testimony with regard to section 18.3.14.14, which is equipment that's required on a vehicle. I pointed out that says when an ambulance is dispatched. What is that section, based upon your experience as a paramedic and working in the ambulance industry, what does that section require?
So the way that section reads is that at the time of dispatch, any ambulance or transport capable unit should meet all those PRC requirements before responding to a call.
Okay.
Or transport.
Okay. There was testimony that I think that at least one of these cylinders was empty. Is there a standard? I mean, the large cylinders are fairly large, correct?
Yes, sir.
What measure do you use? Are they gallons of oxygen or
PSI?
PSI. So
Yes.
How many PSI would a large one handle?
So they hold up to 2,000 PSI.
Okay, so every time, do you have to change out that oxygen cylinder every time the oxygen cylinder is used?
No, sir. And the usage that you get out of those bottles is dependent on the patient that you're using, that you're transporting. A patient being transported that, say, for instance, is on 2 liters of oxygen, that bottle can last, up to 18, 24 hours. To where if we're transporting a patient that is on high flow oxygen, maybe via CPAP or non-rebreather ventilation, then that oxygen may only last 2 to 3 hours. So it's patient dependent on the amount that we actually utilize. What I've implemented since I've been there is any bottle that is at or below 500 PSI is required to be changed out.
Is that something that you personally believe is best practice, or is there some sort of guideline with regard to EMTs or paramedics that establishes that level?
There's not a real guideline that establishes that, but I base that on my experience and the fact that there are times that we do long distance transports from from Santa Fe to Albuquerque or something like that. On a good day, that's an hour to an hour and a half transport. Again, we do have the backup of the portable cylinders, but again, I will always put my patients and my staff's safety as number one, and that's just one of the regulation guidelines that I've put in to ensure that we are always equipped.
So would it be fair to say that just because an oxygen is used on a particular run doesn't lead to the conclusion that oxygen cylinder has to be replaced?
Not every time, no, sir.
Okay. There was a question from one of the commissioners, and I can't remember, but it was a question, and it might have been Commissioner Hall, asked a question about changing personnel and keeping files up to date. In this particular industry, the ambulance industry, do these EMTs and drivers move around a lot, or is it typical for somebody to stay with the same company for years and years?
It's kind of typical for people to move around. You're always going to get your ones that are dedicated and stay with services. Like I was employed for 13 years with one particular ambulance service. But it's like any other industry. We do have turnaround.
Since you've been brought on as the operations manager for Rocky Mountain EMS, have you made efforts to encourage people to work for Rocky Mountain that you are familiar with and that you trust their abilities?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us, please, what those efforts have been and what fruition may have come from those efforts?
So what I've done is I've done some recruitment. There were 6 personnel that were under my direct supervision at my previous employment. I did reach out to because they mentioned that they were looking for employment. So I did reach out to them, bring them in through the interview process, and then they have since become employed with Rocky Mountain.
There's been a lot of questions with regard to these files being properly maintained and whether or not Rocky Mountain EMS has processes in place in order to ensure that there's continuous compliance. Have you established or mandated any processes to ensure that Rocky Mountain is in compliance and stays in compliance?
Yes, sir. And I actually am part of the interviewing process now as well. And what I do explain to each new hire that before they're allowed to conduct patient care or drive a vehicle, on day one, they will be sent down we'll be doing their motor vehicle driver's check from the application process. Day one, they will be sent down for their pre-employment drug screening, as well as for their background check and the requirements. And the job offer is tentative pending the outcome of those results.
One of the commissioners asked whether it was possible that on one of the days that Mr. Martinez went out there, that documents were actually in the possession of Rocky Mountain EMS, but simply had not yet made it into the file. Have you implemented any policies or procedures to ensure that when you have an employee provide you with a drug screen, for example, that goes into the file immediately?
So the drug screens, I don't have direct access to. That goes through Mr. Little as the CEO of the company. But as also, I am responsible for training. I do conduct the EVOC, CEVO, whatever, many different terms used for that particular training. And then the motor vehicle background check, and then the background check themselves. I have implemented too that to make it not only easier for us to maintain records, but as well for Mr. Martinez or whoever the investigator is, inspector, to come out, is I'm keeping a minimal employee file at the Santa Fe base that contains all the required documents. And then as Mr. Martinez had testified to, the Albuquerque base is the primary administrative offices for the organization.
So would it be fair to conclude then that when you came on, there were not minimal files maintained in Santa Fe, everything was in Albuquerque?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay. So now you've got at least something in both places.
Yes, sir.
But it would be more complete in Albuquerque.
Yes, sir. And myself and the direct supervisors that are under me are the only ones that have access to those employees' files.
Is there a specific person in Albuquerque who is charged with the responsibility to ensure that employee files are maintained properly and are updated?
I don't have any knowledge to that, sir.
How about in Santa Fe?
In Santa Fe, again, it's myself and my supervisors are responsible to make sure that those forms or documents are in our files.
There's quite a number of exhibits that were entered into evidence here. There are exhibits 2 through 20 that are updated documents that Mr. Martinez has testified brings those particular files into compliance, at least as of today. Can you tell us whether you have any knowledge with regard to documentation that's in those exhibits that was available or was in the possession of Rocky Mountain at the time that Mr. Martinez did his follow-up investigation on December 3rd of 2020?
As far as December 3rd, I can comment on that those documents were available. As far as prior to me coming on board, I can't comment on those processes. But again, that's when I noticed that there were some deficiencies, and I've implemented practices to make sure that everything is up to requirements.
How do you know that all of those documents were were in the possession of Rocky Mountain EMS as of December 3rd?
Again, with the exception of the drug screenings, because I don't have direct information on those. The driver's training, I do conduct the driver's training, so I actually do issue those certificates. And then one of my direct supervisors did perform the motor vehicle background checks, and we have copies of the DOT physicals at the Santa Fe base.
And are you certain that all of this was done before December 3rd of 2020?
To the best of my knowledge, any of the exhibits that were presented, yes, sir. There are a couple that potential new hires that I don't know if any of that documentation was available for Mr. Martinez at that time or not, so I can't comment on those.
There's been testimony about some drug testing that is not available. And as a matter of fact, the testimony is that drug testing for you yourself is not in your particular file.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about your having been drug tested?
On that, as a firefighter, we are required to go through an annual physical every year. My previous service, we brought in an outside company called IH2S. They do a full firefighter physical, pre-cancer screening, drug test, the whole 9 yards. It's a fairly extensive physical. My most recent one was conducted the end of May of this year. And then again, I had to renew my DOT physical. I believe it was September of this year. I went in and did a full federal DOT physical, passed that. I believe that what came out of that is that they're saying that they didn't provide Rocky Mountain with the drug screening portion of that. I haven't been able to go back to that facility, some because of the pandemic, they have limited hours. And then also for pretty much the entire month of November, I was under quarantine for being positive for COVID.
Did you attempt to have your drug testing information transferred to Rocky Mountain EMS so that it could be included in your file?
Yes, sir. And again, because of the pandemic and me being out for literally almost a month due to illness, I haven't been able to complete that.
Can you tell us whether or not drug testing with regard to people who are firefighters is equal to ambulance or service employees, or is it more stringent?
So as far as the DOT physical, that's federally regulated, so it's the same requirements.
What about the drug issue?
Same requirements. It's federally regulated.
Okay. Now,
and primarily because most fire departments are also an EMS service.
Okay. Now, there's been testimony that you, Richard Austin, a gentleman by the name of Junior Austin, and a lady by the name of Brianna Lopez have all the documents up to date except for the drug test. Do you have any personal knowledge with regard? You've already told us about yourself. Do you have any personal knowledge with regard to Junior Austin and Brianna Lopez as far as their having been drug tested?
Again, they were part of the same fire department that I was, so that they did go through that same physical with the requirements for the drug screening as well as that. Again, I actually was their fire chief, so gaining that documentation, again, I haven't been able to get that because of that. I actually was still employed as the fire chief right up until the point, I think 2 days before I completely went down with COVID. So I just haven't had a chance to follow up. I know that's not an excuse, and it needs to be followed through with.
Did you have any discussion with Mr. Little before you went to work for him that in fact you have been drug tested?
Yes, sir.
And how many years in a row have you been drug tested?
I would say probably at least 13.
Do you have any idea how many years in a row Brianna Lopez has been drug tested?
I was also an officer for her at a previous fire department, so I can attest to 7 years for her.
Do you have any idea how many years in a row Junior Austin has been drug tested?
He's only been with the fire department for 2 years. He came in after the first physical, so he was only drug tested with the current fire department one time.
Okay. And are the drug tests documentation for yourself, Junior Austin, and Brianna Lopez current drug tests?
Yes, sir. They were conducted, as I mentioned, May of 2020.
There's been testimony about employee A, and employee A is the individual who had a positive drug test on October the 28th of 2019, and then was drug tested again in, I believe, in November of this year, which the testimony is there was a positive drug test for that employee in November as well. Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not that employee continues to work for Rocky Mountain EMS, or was he terminated?
He was terminated as of November 14th.
And what was the reason he was terminated?
Because I had gained knowledge that he had a positive result on his drug testing.
Mr. Padilla, I'm going to pause you for just a minute because I have 2 questions for Mr. Austin. It's information I've been waiting for and I haven't heard it yet, so I just want to quickly ask these. Mr. Austin, when did you begin consulting for Rocky Mountain EMS?
It was toward the end of September, and that was just on a part-time basis.
September 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you become Rocky Mountain EMS's Director of Operations?
I think officially it wasn't until after I became, it was in a remote aspect. I want to say around November 7th or 8th. But again, I was quarantined under COVID, so it was more under remote. I've since been back since about November 23rd, I think it was.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. Mr. Padilla, you may continue.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, or I'm not the chair.
Can I ask, whoever the chair is, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, so as they're discussing the policies and the drug testing, I'm interested in knowing, what does your policy require in response to a positive, somebody that has been found to have tested positive for drug or alcohol? What does your policy require? Because I keep hearing federal once a year, but what does your internal policy require in response to this positive?
So I apologize, Commissioner. It's going to be a 2-part answer on that. Their previous policy said that they had to do the pre-employment drug screening, and then didn't really cover so much on the follow-up end. So those are one of the policies that I've gone in and started revising. So anybody that comes back with a positive test result is either subject to suspension or termination, depending on how the investigation goes, and do a follow-up interview with them, and their willingness to partake in a rehab type service.
And is that what's offered? Has any rehab been offered?
I don't know in the past. Again, with employee A, that wasn't offered because that was, again, it was later knowledge. I didn't know about the previous positive result until during this investigation. But because of the continued positive results, I opted for the termination.
So they were terminated and removed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Padilla, you may resume, and I want to let you know you've used 2 hours and 18 minutes.
Thank you. As a follow-up to Commissioner Espinosa's line of questioning, if somebody tests positive, is Rocky Mountain EMS or any other ambulance service for that matter required to provide assistance with drug rehabilitation, or are there other avenues that are available?
So they're not necessarily required to provide the service, but we are required to give them references of where they could seek treatment.
Okay. Is it an option to simply state, you tested positive, we choose not to employ you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you have an employee who had, let's say, tested negative, and they do a follow-up test for whatever reason, whether it's an annual test, and they come back positive, do you have an obligation to do rehab for that employee, or do you have the option simply to say, this time around you were positive, you're fired?
So again, it's the way the policy is going to be revised is that it's going to be a step process, and a lot of it, most of it depends on the levels that they were tested positive at, because when we get those test results, they show levels that they tested positive. So somebody that's tested at a lower level generally tends to indicate that was previously long time ago usage, to where somebody that has higher levels within the testing parameters tends to show a more current usage.
So are you talking about what is commonly referred to as half-lives of particular substances?
Similar to that, yes, sir.
Okay. There's lots of talk these days about legalizing marijuana and whatever. And if you had an employee who tested for marijuana, and let's say even if marijuana is legalized by the state of New Mexico, does that mean it's okay for that particular employee to drive?
No, sir, because under the Federal Motor Carrier Act, which we are governed by, it is still federally illegal. So it's not a permissible drug. So we cannot allow them to continue to either be employed or drive if they have a positive test result.
Okay, what about an employee such as employee B that's been testified about here, who tested positive, but then provided a prescription and additionally provided a letter from a physician saying that particular test was positive because of the prescription drug, and that prescription drug does not impair the ability of that person to drive? How does that affect the determination of an ambulance service, or specifically Rocky Mountain EMS, to continue the employ of that particular person?
Okay, so again, that's also a process. Anytime somebody's going in for a DOT physical and there is a positive test result, those test results are required to be reported to the DOT, Department of Transportation. And then during that process, there's the next step. The DOT contacts that person, and there's a process that they can go through that which requires them to have the statement from their physician and provide the prescription. That's all submitted to the Department of Transportation as well as to the employer.
Okay. There was some testimony with regard to the lack of records pertaining to an individual identified as Alex Doherty. And I'm not sure whether that's Alexandria or whether that's just Alex.
Yes, sir, that's Alexandria.
Alexandria Doherty. Is Alexandria Doherty currently an employee of Rocky Mountain EMS?
So she's a potential employee that's currently going through the pre-hiring process. She came in and she had done a third ride. She wasn't providing any patient care, wasn't operating any vehicles or anything. It was kind of one of those things that, and in the EMS service, this is something that a lot of people do, whether they're employed or not. They come in and do a third ride to see if it's something that they want to do as a career. So then she did that, and then she did fill out the application. And prior to her being able to come in and be on board, her husband's also a nurse, and their entire family has contracted COVID. So she's still undergoing the hiring process.
Do you know whether or not there's any requirement for businesses such as Rocky Mountain EMS to maintain a complete file on a person who is simply going through the hiring process and has not been hired?
again, it's a pre-hiring process that the actual job offer is tentative based on the outcome of the drug testing and the background check. And then also, like, as EMS providers, we're subject to multiple background checks, not only the pre-hire, but in order to be licensed as an EMS provider in the state of New Mexico, we're required to do a full federal background check every other renewal cycle, which is every 4 years.
Yeah.
We renew every 2 years.
And you said Ms. Dowry is in the medical field? She's a nurse, or?
She's actually a paramedic.
Okay. So she would have gone through the procedures that you just discussed?
Yes, sir. And then she is also another firefighter that I was recruiting. So I have actually seen documentation of her driver's training. She joined our department after the drug testing was performed for the year. So I haven't seen the drug testing, so she would be subject to a drug test.
Okay. There's been some testimony about whether or not their documentation for a Jonathan Dayton. Are you familiar with Mr. Dayton?
Yes, sir. Mr. Dayton is another one that has applied. He's kind of pending right now because he has to obtain a letter of approval from the city manager for the fire department that he works for, giving him authorization to have second employment.
Okay. So do you have any anticipation as to when he might become an employee of Rocky Mountain EMS?
Right now, it's pretty up in the open with the increase in the COVID positive cases that have come up. The city manager's just not signing off on that right now.
And again,
not just for Mr. Dayton, for other personnel.
And again, as far as Mr. Dayton's concerned, is there a requirement that you're aware of that Rocky Mountain have a completed employee file for Mr. Dayton at this point in time?
No, sir. Other than he does have the application in there.
Do you know who Bradley Little is?
Not personally. I've heard of him.
Okay. Since you've been associated with Rocky Mountain EMS, has he ever driven or worked for Rocky Mountain EMS?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. You've seen the reports in this particular matter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen the report of Mr. Martinez, which states how long it's been since Mr. Little was employed?
Yes, sir.
How long has it been, according to Mr. Martinez?
So in the report that I read, he said that he hadn't been as a driver employed for, I believe it was 18 months. And then Mr. Martinez did also testify that Mr. Little said that it been over 6 months that he was aware of.
What is your opinion, based upon your education, your experience, as to whether or not a person who is not currently employed by an ambulance service can be considered to be a danger to the public health and safety with regard to that particular ambulance service?
Can you rephrase that?
If a person's not employed currently by an ambulance service, can that person under any circumstances be considered a danger to the public health and safety as far as the ambulance service that they're not employed by?
If they're not employed by that service, then there should be posing no danger.
Okay. I've asked you a number of questions, and with regard to your job and what you're attempting to accomplish and what you're accomplishing, without being redundant and going into what you've already testified to, do you have anything else that you believe that the commission should be aware of concerning Rocky Mountain, the processes that are currently ongoing, and they're becoming compliant and staying compliant?
I kind of would just like to reiterate the fact that, just my years of experience within the fire EMS service, my dedication to patient care and employee safety. I'll always put the safety as a #1 priority. Kind of hence going on with creating that COVID designated truck to minimize contamination of patients as well as our staff. I am continuing to grow and progress. And You folks, don't know me from Adam, but I do have a strong desire and a determination that I will not only get us to meet requirements of PRC as well as the EMS Bureau, but I will do everything within my power to keep it there.
And have you been authorized by Mr. Little, the owner of the company, to follow through on that commitment?
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. When we get back, Mr. Borman, you can cross-examine Mr. Austin, and then we'll have questions from commissioners and questions from the Office of
Carolyn?
General. Yeah.
Carolyn, yes, before you dismiss the last witness, I had a question for him.
Sure.
If I may.
I actually wasn't going to dismiss him. I was just going to take a break and then resume.
Okay, we can come back. Thank you.
Did you say 5 minutes? I'm sorry, did you say 5 minutes or 10?
10, so we'll resume at 2:45.
Thank you.
We're off the record.
Thank you.
David, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's go back on the record. Mr. Borman, you may cross-examine Mr. Austin.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Austin, can you hear me?
Carolyn?
Yes.
It's Commissioner Espinosa. I still had a question for the last witness.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead then.
So I'm wondering if you are able to testify or are familiar with the certificate of authority that our chief of staff read earlier.
Yes, Commissioner.
So then, can you help me understand, or can you clarify your understanding of the jurisdictional piece?
So I actually, with the assistance with Mr. Martinez during the December 7th meeting, that's what actually when I got the clarification. And then I also had a brief phone call with Mr. Archuleta, also in regards to it. So basically, my understanding to it as of that date was that Rocky Mountain EMS is only authorized to do transports originating out of Santa Fe County, Los Alamos County, and San Miguel, with the exception of the Las Vegas proper.
Right. I guess I'm trying to understand how then the transport that was described earlier to Las Cruces occurred.
Yes, Commissioner, that was done before my knowledge of the way that the certificate is written. But as of that date, there have not been any other transports.
Or to, well, I guess there were two calls, and I'm trying to understand how they would have been two people in one transport if they would have indeed followed through to Gallup.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, can you repeat that?
So I'm just wondering how that would have transpired if indeed they had continued to go to Las Cruces and then Gallup, how they were going to transport two people, but you're saying you weren't there.
No, Commissioner, I was not there.
So I wonder if you could answer that question.
I think that might be maybe a more of a direct question for either Mr. Padilla or Mr. Little.
Okay, thanks a million.
You're welcome.
And Commissioner Espinosa, to follow up on that, Mr. Padilla is an attorney. He's not a witness, so he can't answer your question. And Rocky Mountain chose not to call Ed Little as a witness.
I see. Thank you, Carolyn.
Okay, Mr. Borman?
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Espinosa. You actually trimmed a couple of questions off of my list here. So, so I guess my first, I just want to make sure I understand. You were brought in as a consultant in September of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you became director of operations like around November 7th or November 8th of this year. But you, due to a COVID condition, you were not able to actually appear in person until later that month, November 23rd. Is that correct?
That is sure, correct, sir. Again, on the November 23rd, I don't know if it's that exact day, but it was right around that time period.
Okay, and that's fine. I just wanted to make sure I kind of had the time frames. Correct. So you were not, I guess, present at the initial visits by Transportation Division staff to either the Santa Fe facility or the Albuquerque facility that took place pursuant to the commission's initial order in this. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, but you did show up to, I think it was, you identified the December 3rd visit. That was to the Santa Fe office?
No, sir, I ended up showing up at the Albuquerque office.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome, sir.
And were you there for the entire visit, or did you show up way through?
No, sir, I came in on the tail end of it.
Okay. And now, since you've been associated with, well, let me ask this question. Prior to September 2020, did you do any work for Rocky Mountain?
No, sir.
Okay. So since you become associated with Rocky Mountain, have you driven for Rocky Mountain?
Yes, sir.
Is that a yes?
I primarily do patient care, but I have driven back from calls.
Okay. And I think you might have mentioned this in response to the direct examination. Your son also drives for Rocky Mountain?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, and I think there were discussions, at least, well, in the cross-examination of Mr. Martinez, the attorney for Rocky Mountain, Mr. Padilla, introduced a number of exhibits. Regarding the documents on file for various employees. Do you have a copy of those exhibits?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have the exhibit 9, which is the exhibits related to, I guess, you?
Related to whom? I'm sorry you broke up.
Related to Mr. Austin himself. Is that, did I get that number right? I think it's
940.
Just a moment. Mr. Padilla is going to get that for me.
Okay.
I'm more familiar with these than he is.
Okay.
Okay, sir, I have it in front of me.
Okay, you have it. Now, I thought you said earlier that you were involved in pulling these together for Mr. Padilla. Isn't that what you said?
No, sir.
Oh, all right. I misunderstood. Are you familiar, though, with this document?
I've had a chance to review it prior to this morning. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you see within this document a drug screening document?
No, sir.
Okay. And then do you have exhibit, I believe it's exhibit 12, which has to do with Junior Austin?
I do now, sir.
Okay. Do you see a drug screening document really that is in this exhibit?
No, sir.
Okay. When did you start driving for Rocky Mountain?
I honestly couldn't give you an exact date, sir.
Okay. Well, you did indicate that you have a lot of experience in what I guess is the EMS field. Is that correct?
Fire and EMS, yes, sir.
Okay. And you understand from that experience how important the required documentation is in this business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also talked about, and I'm trying to remember the exact individual we were discussing, but you mentioned an individual in response to the questions from council who was not an employee at the time, but just went on a ride along. You recall that discussion?
Yes, sir. Pardon, you cut out there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you tell me who that individual was that went for a ride along?
So I believe it's in the exhibit as Alex Doherty, but her full name is Alexandra.
Alexandra. Okay. And I think you indicated that they did not have all of the, I guess, required documentation because they were not yet an employee of Rocky Mountain. Is that correct?
Correct. She was actually brought in as a third rider. Again, kind of to see if it was going to be a good fit, to see if it's something that she was interested in. I don't know as far as the employee file with Rocky Mountain, what was provided in there. I haven't seen that file, but as her fire chief, I have viewed certificate, her training, driver training certificate, DOT physical, and then I conduct a background check on anybody that joins the fire department. As far as a drug screening, I have no knowledge of that, sir.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, if somebody goes on a ride along, do you think it's appropriate that that person have at least a background check before they go on that ride along?
So it's under the EMS Bureau's requirements that they're required to do a brief company orientation. They have to fill out a HIPAA form that says that they will adhere to HIPAA requirements, but no background check is required because they're not directly involved with patient care.
So you are comfortable with someone doing a ride along on for a patient, I guess, if you even without a background check? Is that a statement?
Again, I had personally conducted a background check, so I was familiar with this person.
Okay. Yeah, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Espinoza, do you have any more questions of Mr. Austin? Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you have any questions for Mr. Austin?
No, not at this point. Thank you.
Commissioner Byrd?
Yes, I do. Good afternoon, Mr. Austin. This is Jeff Byrd.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Have you ever heard of an ambulance being pulled over during a transport for a general inspection by any agency?
No, sir, I have not.
Would it even seem prudent for an agency to do that?
Not in my opinion, especially if there's a
Yeah, I
patient.
agree with you. Yeah. So on that morning that Mr. Martinez showed up at 7:50 in the morning, how long was he on site?
I do not know that, sir. Again, I wasn't present at that location.
I'll venture a guess. It was probably more than 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. That's fair to assume.
So you said you like to keep 4 or 5 ambulances ready. You know, sometimes they're already dispatched or you're down to 3, 2, whatever, but you try to keep 4 or 5 ready to go.
Yes, sir.
So it's safe to assume that they're on standby, ready to go.
Again, they're present at the facility, but then a thorough truck check has to be done before they're allowed to go into service.
Okay. So as a regulatory agency, other than doing an inspection when an ambulance is in standby to determine its fit for service when dispatched, how else are we to know that you're keeping your ambulances compliant except for when they're in standby?
Again, Commissioner, I can't comment on things that have happened in the past. All I can do is give you my assurance that I will remain on top of it. And I do understand that this is going to in order to gain the confidence of not only the commission, but also the Mr. Martinez is, continually coming out and seeing that I am maintaining those standards. During that brief meeting that I spent time with Mr. Martinez, I did tell him that I will continue, I will remain diligent on this, and I will get it to the point, and we're just about there, that I don't want Rocky Mountain to fear the PRC. I want them to welcome them to come in, because as long as we're doing our job and maintaining our responsibilities, there's no reason why I should fear Mr. Martinez coming in and inspecting me at any time.
Right. And I hope that they don't fear us either. We should be an agency here to help, but there seems to be a pattern. And again, I will ask, how are we to know that you are prepared for dispatch from an inspection if you're not ready when you're in standby?
So again, it's going to be the documentation that I have implemented since I have come on board. We have the documentation. The truck checks are reviewed by the on-shift supervisor upon completion. And then again, I myself do periodic unannounced checks of the inspections of these trucks.
Yeah, so I just, I know the law says when dispatched. I'm just trying to get clarification as to when does that have to occur. You don't want us doing an inspection when you're dispatched. So we only have what the inspection finds on ambulances when they are in standby.
Correct, and that's where I don't know if it, like I said, mentioned the documentation and the implementation of the guideline that truck checks are to be completed before 9 a.m. Again, the staff comes on shift at 8 a.m. and then I have them go through our internal as well as the hospital's COVID screening to even make sure that they're deemed healthy to work for that day. And then as soon as completion of those COVID screenings, they're to complete a truck check on a daily basis on the truck that they are assigned to.
So one last question, I think, depending on your answer, I guess. When a team comes in from a service call, are they immediately off duty, or are they on for a set amount of hours to finish out their, well, I just drew a blank on their time. Do they have to finish out their time, or are they immediately off duty when they come in?
So they're, depending on what time they come in, our standard shift rotation is from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So if they come in at 6 p.m. in the evening time, then they're still on the clock for 2 hours, which gives them the opportunity to restock their trucks as well as complete their patient care reports. Now, if they come in at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning or something like that, then they do go off the clock.
Okay. So if their shift hadn't ended, that's when they should be doing a check to make sure everything's restocked and ready to go.
Yes, sir. So they do their morning daily truck check, and then they're required to do the periodically throughout the day based on any equipment that's used to replace any equipment that was utilized.
Okay. That's the end of my questions, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Commissioner Hall, do you have any questions for Mr. Austin?
Yes, I have a few questions. I apologize. I forgot the last name of the witness just now. What's his name? Austin, yes, Mr. Austin. How do you do?
Good. How are you, Commissioner?
I guess my focus is on the drug testing aspect right now, because to me, that's a very concerning part of the fact pattern in this case. And I wanted to ask you, is there I know that there's a requirement to drug test drivers or job applicants. But I don't know, is there a requirement to drug test on a regular basis, the drivers, or is it just once? Can you explain that? Can you answer that?
So it's recommended.
What?
Sorry, so I thought somebody else was talking. So it's really based on the current policy of the company or the entity. But my recommendation is annual drug screening with the follow-up of suspicion or post-accident.
Why would you say annual? Is that based on your experience with some other standard or what?
Just based on my experience and again, for documentation. There's a lot that can take place. Let's say somebody's employed for 20 years and you just do a pre-employment drug screening. A lot can happen in those 20 years.
Well, and you're in kind of a good position with this company because you're newer and you are basically confining your responses to the present moving forward. But in fact, this company that you're beginning to work for has had positive drug tests in their drivers in the past. And please confirm what I thought I heard. I thought I heard you say that you don't see the results of the drug tests, only the CEO sees those. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner. As far as actually seeing the report, I get a direct report whether they came back, if they were negative or if they were positive or not. But as far as actually seeing the printed report, unless it was something that raised the flag with a positive result, I don't make it a habit it's not available to me to see the printed report, but I do get, whether it be via email or phone conversation, I do get the results.
You get the results, I see. And I don't recall whether you were asked before, have you had any employees there have a positive result since you've been there?
The only one that I'm aware of was employee A, which I was made aware of that positive result on, I believe, November 24th, somewhere around mid to late November. And then also employee B, which is the one that went through the process of completing the DOT because of the requirements, because of the prescription medication.
And they were both fired?
No, employee A was terminated. Employee B met all requirements of DOT because it's a prescription drug.
Oh, yes.
That has documentation of creating false positives.
Right. And
but employee A, yes, has been terminated.
Did someone say something?
I was just confirming that employee A was terminated.
Oh, yes, yes. So you mentioned you had to give a drug test, right? You had to take a drug test.
I need to take a more current one for Rocky Mountain. I have the documentation of my one that was conducted in May of 2020.
May. So that's considered a current test? That's like 8 months ago or something?
Yes, ma'am. It would be the my annual through the fire department. But Mr. Martinez did mention that he would recommend that I get one current so that it suffices Rocky Mountain employee file.
So somebody could get hired with a good test, and sometime within that subsequent year, they could start using drugs and no one would discover for a whole year. Until that next year.
There was the fact of reasonable suspicion or post-incident. Yes, Commissioner.
And well, I think again, since you don't intend to testify on things in the past, I suppose you can't make any comment about whether there was any reasonable suspicion for the employee A, whether there was any reasonable suspicion that employee A might have been taking drugs.
I'll be honest with you, Commissioner. I've actually never physically met employee A.
Yeah.
So I can't comment on if there was a possible reasonable suspicion. And I'd like to think that with my training and stuff, I have taken several drug related courses to allow me to be able to suspect reasonable suspicion, certain things to look for. So I think I do have the knowledge base to implement the guideline and policies that I'm moving forward with.
So you were saying, I mean, that's very nice to hear. You think you can spot anybody who's on meth. That's good. But I did hear you say, I thought you were saying that it takes time. You can't make things perfect. You have to have progress, not perfection. Did you say that, for example? You had a philosophy of trying to implement improvements at the organization, right?
Yes, ma'am. And that's why I go through prioritizing, of course, meeting our requirements, regulations of the PRC, EMS Bureau, as well as employee and patient safety are always going to be my #1 priorities. And then like the revision and review of current policies are a continual thing. Again, because of my fire and EMS background, on the EMS side, we're not required to, but on the fire side, we're actually required to do an annual review of all our policies and then make revisions as needed. If there's no revisions, then we have to date it, say no revisions made, and then date it for that year. I'm going to continue that model with Rocky Mountain as long as I'm here.
So let's see. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I guess my concern is what you're describing going forward sounds very nice, very good, very positive for this company. The only problem is, as was pointed out earlier and admitted by Mr. Martinez, was that there is a pattern of action in this company. And that's something that's, I find concerning when we have the hard evidence of repeated, not only abuses of drugs, but other safety protocols, lack of adequately prepared equipment and that sort of thing. And it's encouraging that the company has hired someone like you, but my concern is whether it might be too little too late. I mean, certainly these effects from some of these violations have already occurred and they've been damaging, and there needs to be some redress. I'm just not comfortable with the concept that you can come in and say, well, I'm going to make everything all right now, when we've seen a very different history. You know, for example, you were talking about the presence of oxygen. I mean, and you keep a COVID separate, or at least in a previous company, there was a COVID separate vehicle. That's not for this company now, though. Is that correct? That's not for Rocky Mountain. Rocky Mountain doesn't have a COVID separate vehicle, do they?
No, Commissioner, that is for Rocky Mountain. That's something that I implemented because of the pandemic to, again, for both patient and staff safety. The COVID truck is for Rocky Mountain. It's Unit 59. And I'll be honest, Commissioner, I implemented that due to, without dating myself, a previous service that I had been to, I was on the ops committee there as well. We implemented an Ebola truck. So I took that same concept with this current pandemic.
And so that is, you do have a separate COVID truck for Rocky Mountain. Is that what you just said?
Yes, Commissioner, and it's Unit 59.
Okay. Well, and COVID patients, I understand one of their symptoms is a difficulty in breathing. But if you're on an 8-hour trip, for example, somewhere because drivers have other things to do besides drive you directly to work, then you may end up needing oxygen and you may not have enough oxygen if you don't, for example, consider oxygen tanks to always be filled all the time. I think I heard you say that too, didn't you?
It's not that we require it, it's that a particular patient, that we may transport a patient that's on 2 liters of oxygen that we took across town in Santa Fe. So we really didn't use any, we didn't deplete any of this, a significant amount of the surplus in that oxygen tank. So that bottle's not required to be replaced after every single run. I do have a guideline in place that if the large primary cylinder, we call them either the TMOX or the M cylinders, if they're at or below 500 PSI, they are to be replaced so that we don't get to those lower levels. 500 PSI for a patient on a non-rebreather, for instance, could easily be transported to, say, Albuquerque or something like that and still not run out. In reference to the COVID truck, because yes, one of the primary symptoms is breathing difficulty. What I've actually done with that truck is I've installed 2 of the large primary bottles on that truck so that I can guarantee that we have adequate oxygen available should we be transporting those patients for a long term.
Okay. Do you feel that your staff at the present time is adequately trained to handle the COVID patients and the non-COVID patients?
Commissioner, I think it's an ongoing process, just like with any other service or within the nation. There's continually being updates as far as COVID information comes out. I have gone through the current recommendations and patient treatment for COVID type patients. Since I've come on board, I've also implemented a training program that I assigned specific training to each employee. And one of the fairly extensive trainings on there is safely transporting COVID patients and the safety of patient and patient care provider. The program I'm referring to is called Target Solutions. It's a national training program and it is accredited.
Okay, so I guess I'll take that as a no, because it sounds like you are instituting training programs that they need to come into some level of compliance that you think is good.
No,
So,
Commissioner, what I actually said is the COVID is continually evolving on the training that's required for treating COVID patients. Under current guidelines and training that is available, then my staff is currently trained to the level of recommendations. But with it being an evolving thing, just like anything else that we do within EMS, it's an evolving training that never stops.
do you have any idea why the CEO of the company has not been submitted as a witness?
I do not, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no more questions, Carolyn.
Chairman Fishman?
Yeah, just one question. Mr. Austin, in your examination by your attorney, you commented that there are 4 or 5 smaller oxygen tanks that are on board each ambulance. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And it seemed to me kind of the thrust of of the question was that even if the large oxygen tank is malfunctioning or empty, there was some redundancy there. My question to you is it ever acceptable to have an ambulance that goes out without with an empty or a malfunctioning main oxygen tank?
Absolutely not. No, it is not acceptable. And that's why I've implemented that guideline that if they're at 500 PSI or below, they will immediately be changed out.
Okay. Is that an industry guideline?
No, sir.
Okay, so that's left to individual providers to decide?
There really is no guideline that establishes when an oxygen cylinder should be changed out. Just my experience of both short distance and long distance transports. Again, my experience has shown that I could transport a patient for an hour to an hour and a half on low flow oxygen and be well within capabilities at 500. But I set that number at 500 because what if that patient was to deteriorate en route and I needed more additional oxygen? I don't want to take any chances.
So there's never a time that we'd want to compromise the redundancy that's built into the equipment that's on board.
Absolutely
would that be an accurate
not.
statement?
I think more is always better. If I have a backup system and then a backup to my backup, then I'm better equipped to make sure making sure that patient is cared for.
Terrific. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
That's it.
Mr. Mueller.
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I do have a couple of quick questions. First of all, if Attorney Padilla will allow me, I'd just like to make a quick statement that no one has made yet. I commend you so far for what you have done, and you've only been on site for basically just over 2 weeks. And it sounds like some of the implementations that you have made are moving in the right direction. So I commend you on your work so far.
Thank you, sir.
In that regard of getting at least the vehicle inspection portions on the right track to the point where the updated investigation did not reveal anything further. So commend you on that. You had previously indicated that you expect full compliance or at least substantial compliance by December 31st. Do you see any major obstacles that might be out of your control to that? Or would you say that that is almost entirely at your discretion?
I don't see any major obstacles. The only one that could possibly come into play is, as we all know, there are nationwide shortages of PPE. So getting some of that stuff restocked. I do have a fairly good sized cache of medical supplies on site at the base, but maybe replenishing those and maintaining the inventory numbers that I've set forth to try to plan ahead. That could be an obstacle there. But as far as operationally making sure that our trucks are maintained and up to par as far as regulations go, I don't see any obstacles there. And as Mr. Martinez did testify to, I've got our trucks there, but it's just a matter of continual training, making sure that if somebody goes out and they use a 4x4, that when they get back, they replace it, which granted, we're required to have a minimum of 50 of those on the truck. So if they were unable to replace the one immediately, we do still have equipment to provide patient care. But it is an ongoing process, but I don't see any major obstacles operationally by December 31st.
Is it safe to say that when you were just contracted to review the operations, you found issues with their zero tolerance policy?
Again, I didn't have any knowledge of the previous drug test that took place in 2019. That was only made to my awareness after I had gotten the results of the second one that was conducted this year. And then in reviewing what process we were going to do is when I was made aware of that initial testing that showed positive. And that's when I implemented the zero policy. We've got 2 positive results. I'm just not willing to, and don't get me wrong, I'm not the type that, wants to get rid of anybody. But again, the safety of my staff and our patients will always be number 1 in my book.
Yeah. And I think you alluded to the fact that you're essentially drawing up a new zero tolerance policy that includes post-positive test enforcement procedures. Do you expect to have that drafted by 12/31/2? Or I know we're coming up on holiday season, and is that something you expect to have finished at that point as well?
So my goal is to have that completed by December 31st, primarily because I'm doing a revision of that policy. There is one in place, but it doesn't cover some of the aspects that I like the continued drug testing, as well as the random and post-incident. They do have post-incident on there, but there's some things on there that I think are a little bit lenient that I don't agree with. So I'm going to revise those that it will be mandatory post-incident for any type of accident.
Okay. And once you've completed that, is your intent to post that then on the website in compliance?
Absolutely, sir. And while I do consider that a high priority, a couple of the other ones that I had focused on, why that one's not completed, dealt with a lot with the pandemic, revising and updating our PPE and respiratory policy. Just because of the pandemic situation, I felt like that was, I don't want to say a higher priority, but that was also equally important for the safety of patients and staff.
Right, understandable. Talk to me just a little bit. I understand your personal situation with your drug test, but let's say another person who's been tested at the fire department applies for the job and says, "Oh yeah, I got tested earlier this year too." How long would you give that individual to retrieve that test for, and who would be responsible in following up to make sure that employee follows through with that?
I would probably allow them maybe 72 hours. Also dependent on, they wouldn't be allowed to provide patient care, drive, or be employed until we had that. But also under the direction and advice of Mr. Martinez, I think I'm just going to go ahead and develop, and this includes myself. I'm going to partake in this. I'm just not going to accept previous drug screenings. I'm going to go ahead and make it mandatory for any new hire to have that pre-employment screening.
Okay. And that'll be a part of your new policy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you instituted any new policies regarding patient care reports, in particular drivers, on those reports?
So there are some, I've been having some difficulty with getting some of the drivers entered into the system on Image Trend, which is NIMSTARS. For some reason, I can get them entered in there, but they're not showing up in the actual patient care report. So what I've instructed all of our EMT staff that are writing these reports, that if for some reason that is the case, that the driver needs to be listed in the narrative as part of that crew. So at least there's documentation that they were part of it.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. No further questions, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Austin, I have one two-part question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
I wrote down that you said earlier that your goal is to bring Rocky Mountain into compliance with regard to some things by December 31st. And you said some other things would take more time, and you referred to things on the EMS side. So my two-part question is, one, what are the things for which your goal is to get Rocky Mountain into compliance by December 31? And what are the things that are going to take more time?
So operationally, my goal is to be 100% compliant by December 31st, which is the PRC regulations, On the EMS side, we're there. We actually adopted the EMS Bureau's treatment guidelines. So those are actually established by the EMS Bureau that we follow, approved by the medical director. The things that I was referring to that's going to take a little bit more time that I may not have done by December 31st is the full review and revision of all the company policies. A lot of them are older. I believe I've seen some of them in there as old as 2009. Again, we're 2020. Things and times change. I think it's time for a full revision of all of our policies.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Austin, oh, Ms. Amer?
Thank you, Carolyn. I have one question, or a couple of questions to Mr. Austin. You say that you've worked for Mr. Little for less than a month, is that correct?
Yes and no. I initially came on board as a consultant back in September, and then was working remotely through the majority of the month of November because of me being quarantined and severely ill because of COVID. And then I think it was somewhere around November 23rd-ish, don't quote me on the exact date. I know it was right around Thanksgiving is when I've actually come and been more on a full-time basis.
Are you an employee or an independent contractor?
An employee, ma'am.
And what is your title?
I think it's officially been upgraded to Director of Operations.
Have you, each one of the proposed, I guess want to say, corrective action measures that you've described here today, have you discussed each and every one with Mr. Little?
Yes, ma'am.
And has he approved of each and every one?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it correct to say that at any point in time, he could veto any of your suggested corrective action measures?
I wouldn't say that he could veto them, because as long as I make a strong argument and doing what is best, I guess potentially, yes, he could say no, but that still wouldn't be good enough for me, because if it is for the betterment of the safety of patients and staff, I will continue to fight for it and not allow it not to happen.
But it is true that Mr. Little owns the business, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it is true that he has the final say.
That is true, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
But he has given me full operational authority to make decisions. As a professional courtesy, of course, I'm always going to let the owner of the company know about what's going on within his company. But when it comes to meeting regulations and requirements, it's, pardon the term, my way or the highway.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. You're excused.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Mr. Padilla, you may call your next witness.
I have decided not to call any further witnesses, Madam Hearing Examiner. Based on the testimony thus far, I think that what I would have had the other two witnesses testify to would be rather cumulative, and I'd rather not waste the time of the commission.
All right. That concludes then the presentation of the evidence. And I had said that Mr. Borman and Mr. Padilla would each have up to 10 minutes for closing argument. So let's go ahead and do that now. Mr. Borman, you may go first.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I'll try to be brief. Staff believes that the evidence has overwhelmingly demonstrated that Rocky Mountain's continuing operation poses a very real threat to the public health and safety. The condition of their vehicles has been demonstrated to be substandard and only comes up close to standard after staff performs an investigation. The records kept by Rocky Mountain regarding their employees, including their drivers, do not demonstrate compliance with the basic record keeping that is designed to guarantee the safety of its transported patients. And the testimony has established that the company has failed to operate in a manner consistent with providing safe and adequate service to the public. While the company has demonstrated that some of these issues that staff has identified have been fixed, many of them still remain. And it's pretty clear that, as soon as staff walks away, these issues are going to arise again. The commission knows that there is another pending docket involving Rocky Mountain, the 19-298 TREN case, in which staff initiated a case last year sometime. I don't remember even exactly when it was started, and the commission suspended Rocky Mountain at that time for a period of time, and subsequently agreed to reinstate Rocky Mountain's certificate. And now we have a hearing on that matter, I guess, for ultimate resolution next month. I mean, all of these factors, I think staff urges the commission to immediately revoke Rocky Mountain's certificate.
Revoke, not suspend.
Revoke.
Thank you, Mr. Borman. Mr. Padilla.
My understanding of this proceeding is for the commission to determine whether or not the operating authority of Rocky Mountain should either be immediately suspended or temporary or revoked. This hearing, I don't believe, is to make the ultimate determination with regard to fines. As I had stated previously, this situation is a little bit different than others that I've been involved with, because we essentially have two proceedings ongoing at the same time. Even this particular matter with the same number has been referred to Hearing Examiner Glick to hold a hearing, which is currently scheduled for August 12th of 2021. April, I'm sorry. There's one statute that controls here, and there's one regulation that controls. The statute, which is 65-2A-27, says the commission may immediately suspend without notice or public hearing if the violation endangers the public health or safety. The commission was asked to do that previously. The commission chose not to do that, but rather to have this hearing today. It would be my position that the commission, that leads to the conclusion that the commission didn't feel that at least the initial information that it was provided with was not sufficient to, at that point in time, immediately suspend or revoke. I would also point out that the paragraph D of section 65-2A-27 does allow for reinstatement. The more specific regulation in this particular point is section 18.3.2.26B, which provides for suspension for safety violation. And in order for that section to take place, what has occurred must endanger the public health or safety. And the way I read that, and I would submit that it's an appropriate reading, is that has to be a current threat to public safety, and that you need facts to support that current threat, because the rule says if the commission is satisfied that the facts show that a motor carrier's operations endanger the public health and safety and merit immediate temporary suspension, then the commission can take the action. But that rule goes on to state that the commission can impose lesser temporary constraints and conditions if it believes the public health and safety will not be comprised by imposing those restraints and conditions. Now, I would be a fool if I were to suggest to this commission that that nothing's been proven here today. It's been made clear that at least one and probably more than one of the commissioners is concerned with this drug situation. And obviously the drug situation is a serious situation, but we have 3 instances of testimony with regard to drug usage. The first instance is employee A, who has now been terminated because of the second drug usage. We have employee B, who it turns out was a false positive because of a prescription and wasn't necessary to terminate. And then we have employee C, who's not a current employee, so she could not be considered a danger to the public. So the only one of those 3 that potentially could be considered a danger to the public at this point in time is employee B, and it's a prescription drug. The way I read the rule, the primary objective of the commission in cases like this is not to close down an entity, an ambulance service, but rather to make sure that that ambulance service comes into compliance and stays into compliance. The way I read the rule, immediate revocation or immediate suspension is an extreme result. And I would suggest that in this particular case, while we have these incidents, we don't have any proof of any actual harm. What we have, for example, is we have a statement that what could have happened to this 16-year-old boy whose trip took a lot longer than it should have taken. And so we've got a lot of, if this could happen in the future, this can be anticipated. Well, Mr. Austin has testified that he's taking care of that. And I'm not suggesting to the commission that the commission should just say, oh, great, here's a guy who's been around for a month or 2 months or 3 months, and all of a sudden everything's cured. I think something has to be proven. And that brings me to the fact that the commission has the authority to enter, to not suspend, but to allow continuing operation under as stringent restrictions as the commission deems appropriate, as the commission wants. So for example, the commission could say, we're going to allow you to operate, but only if every single employee has a drug test in their file. And if a file is looked at and there's no drug test, then that's it. That's de facto, you're gone. That could jump immediately to revocation. And there's any number of conditions that the commission could place with regard to record keeping, with regard to drugs, with regard to time of delivery of service, that type of thing, that I believe would be a much more appropriate approach to this particular case, particularly in today's environment. We've got COVID, and nobody is saying that Rocky Mountain EMS is not providing a valuable service. There is Exhibit 5 from the staff, which suggests that there are other services out there that can in fact provide service, but those other services can't necessarily be counted upon. Some of those other services are emergency services. The fire departments primarily do emergency. They don't do the interfacility transports on a regular basis. You've got Albuquerque Ambulance, which primarily is Bernalillo County, and what they're doing in Santa Fe is the Presbyterian Hospital in Santa Fe and the Presbyterian up in Espanola. You've got
Mr. Padilla, you're testifying. That's not permissible.
Yeah. In any event, this Exhibit 5 doesn't show that these other ambulance services are going to step in and take up the slack. You'd have to make that jump. I would suggest and I would ask that under the circumstances where you don't have actual harm, but you do have serious concerns, and that's been expressed by multiple commissioners here, but you've seen that there's been an effort made, and there's been a significant amount of progress in a very short period of time with regard to Mr. Austin and his efforts. And Mr. Austin has committed to this commission that he will continue in those efforts and that he will see to it that this company comes into compliance. He's established deadlines, December 31st, and he's told you what he's going to do. I would suggest that the most appropriate thing to do is to allow continued operation under whatever restrictions the commission wants, under whatever conditions the commission wants to impose, as far as Mr. Martinez or anybody else from the commission being able to show up at any point in time without being announced and being able to determine whether or not there's compliance. I would think that you wouldn't go so far as to say that a dirty ambulance that hasn't been cleaned up in the morning is sufficient to revoke. But if you've got these circumstances like somebody that's driving without a drug test, that certainly should be something that the commission could impose a much stricter remedy for. But what we've got, and Mr. Borman mentioned, is we now have a trial coming up in January and it's a week-long trial. We've got another trial that's scheduled for April. If the commission immediately suspends, and if the commission immediately revokes, then that's all out the window. Then there's no point in having done that, because if the commission revokes a license, it's done and over. If the commission revoked, I would hope that the commission would do so under circumstances that would allow continuing operation under strict supervision, to allow an appeal with regard to the determination that's going to be made. But I don't think it benefits anybody to go down the appeal route. I think the commission should take a much stronger stand here, and I would request that what the commission do is not suspend, not revoke, certainly not revoke, but allow operation under strict guidelines and under strict supervision of the PRC to the extent that the commission deems that that's appropriate. So that's my suggestion. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Thank you, Mr. Borman, and thanks to all the witnesses. That concludes the hearing. Mr. Chairman, I recommend at this time that we go off the record in the hearing and that the commission goes into its special open meeting.
I concur.
So, Carolyn or Chief of Staff, if you're listening, do we just stay on the line or do we dial a whole separate number for executive?
Commissioner Espinoza, I will be circulating the information for the closed session momentarily.
By email?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And I assume, Madam Hearing Examiner, that the rest of us remain until the commission completes its closed session and makes a determination and then announces.
I don't know if the rest of us remain on Zoom or we now have to, when the commission comes back from closed session, the rest of us now have to view the meeting via YouTube. Does anybody know the answer to that? Ms. Amer?
Hearing Examiner Glick, Isaac said that the rest should remain on the Zoom, that the commissioners and the Office of General Counsel will be on a separate Zoom call, and then we'll come back. And the hearing, and also the court reporter should remain on as well, so that we can take the action before the court reporter on Zoom, on the original Zoom call. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Glick, this is the reporter. I'm not clear. I need to wait for something that's going to happen in the future today.
Correct.
I believe Ms. Amer said that she'd like you to remain on this Zoom call so that when the commissioners come back from closed session, that you can transcribe the special open meeting at that point.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
more professional.
Carolyn? Carolyn?
I can hear you.
I'm not sure if Carolyn will be involved with this portion of the meeting. I think Michael or Hans will probably take over from
Carolyn?
here.
Yeah, I think Carol, she's muted, but she's still on.
Okay, so,
Mike or
Yes.
Steve, can you hear me? Is that,
yeah, we
were
can
you
hear
waiting
you.
on me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I'm not
We
sure
can
if
hear
Carolyn
you.
will be involved with this portion of the meeting. I think Michael or Hans will probably take over from
Carolyn?
here.
Okay, Hans?
Oh, we're getting a replay.
Yeah, I think
Hans?
Carol, she's muted, but she's still on.
Okay. Hans, would you like to take this?
So,
What's Mike?
Or Steve, can you hear me? Is that,
We can hear you.
Michael, go ahead.
Commissioners, we would have a vote to come out of closed session.
I moved to come out of closed session.
I second.
And we should have the court reporter start taking a record again here.
I have been.
Okay, thanks, David.
And the next item, actually, we need the roll call vote from Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
and Commissioner Espinoza.
Espinoza. Thank you. Aye.
Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is the commission's, a motion on the commission's order on the matter of the public meeting, of the hearing.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Espinosa.
I move that we temporarily, immediately suspend Rocky Mountain's operating authority until there is a final order in this case.
Commissioners,
Second.
any
I
other
second that.
discussion on it? A second?
I'll second that motion.
Any further discussion? Michael, please call the roll.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Espinoza,
Aye.
and Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, the vote passes by a vote of 5-0. The potential order, approving the potential order rendering decision.
I don't believe we have any other business today.
Mr. Chairman,
Michael?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question for clarification purposes?
Yeah, who's speaking?
Ray Padilla, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
It's my understanding that my client currently has transports that are scheduled. If I'm understanding the commission's vote, this is an immediate suspension, and the suspension is going to be through April 12th. At this point is when the hearing is set, which quite frankly may just put my client out of business, or in all likelihood will. But in any event, can you give me some guidance on what my client's supposed to do with the transports that are already scheduled?
I'm going to counsel. Michael, do you have thoughts on how we should deal with this?
They're canceled.
Michael? Okay, Hans, I guess.
I would leave it to commissioners. The statute under the suspension revocation of operating authorities, the statute gives guidance as to when it is suspended ex parte. which essentially indicates that notice is required, that notice is required to the motor carrier to suspend the operations immediately upon receipt of the commission's order. However, that is if we had moved for suspension ex parte. The statute does not give further guidance as to once we have decided this during the course of the emergency hearing. That being said, counsel for respondent is now aware of the commission's vote to suspend.
I agree, sir, and that's why I'm trying to get clarification as to what instructions I need to give my client.
Commissioner Fishman?
Yes.
I would recommend that since it is immediate and it is due to health and safety violations and concerns and protection of the public, that Rocky Mountain find other carriers who and cancel those already scheduled transports. But I agree with Hans, it would be up to the commission.
Okay, thank you.
I agree with, I mean, I agree that Rocky should have been cognizant of the fact that this could be an outcome and that should have arrangements or at least scheduled those transports with the awareness that it should have backups in case of this was the result. I was trying to look, before I was pausing, I was trying to look to see who was still on this meeting in terms of our transportation division staff. I don't know if any of those names that are still there are actually active or not, or if that's just still there left from the earlier meeting. I was hoping that maybe one of the transportation division staff could offer some insight on the contacting some of the other carriers, but I think Rocky has the ability to do that itself.
Vince, are you there?
I'm here. I think all of us are still here.
Okay, so Michael was just asking for your input on this. What are your thoughts?
I would rather, let me call Fidel and see how he wants to handle that. I'm sure he's listening too on YouTube, and see how we can notify these other carriers to pick up the slack. Give me a second.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason.
Hey, Jason, go ahead.
So the list of the carriers that I had testified to earlier are apparently available. And so I would lean towards what Judy had recommended and could provide the support on behalf of the commission, as long as Rocky Mountain's willing to share those scheduled transports.
Okay.
And we could easily notify the facility. I think the facilities are probably going to be made aware immediately of this situation. But on behalf of staff, we would definitely help coordinate rescheduling those transportations with other carriers.
Okay, Vince, I see you're unmuted again.
Sure, Commission Chair. I spoke with Fidel Archuleta and he said that they should suspend immediately and reach out to other carriers on mutual aid. That's what they would normally do if they needed mutual aid, to reach out to them to help them out.
Okay, and that seems to dovetail, Jason, with what you were recommending as well. Correct?
Yes,
Correct, Mr. Chairman, yes.
It appears you have 3 or 4 of the same recommendation.
Okay, so do we need to do anything else here to put that officially in the decision or on the record, or are we covered?
Mr. Chairman, this is Ray Padilla. I just wanted some guidance, and I believe you've given me the guidance. I just wanted to know what, in fact, I need to tell my client on the phone call that I now need to make. So I think it's pretty clear. It's very clear that the commission voted for immediate suspension. I was just trying to deal with the very short term right now.
Yeah.
I think that there might even be an ambulance that's out on a run right now, which obviously they have to complete. But beyond that, I will tell my client that it is immediately suspended.
Very good. I think we're all on the same page.
I appreciate your consideration, sir.
Sure. Any other business that we need to attend to here, Judy, Mike, Hans?
That concludes, in my opinion, the public hearing and this special meeting.
I do
Thank
need
you
a
all.
question. I need to ask a question. Who is Jason? Jason, I need your last name.
Last name is Montoya, M-O-N as in Nancy, T-O-Y-A.
All right.
He was a
Padilla,
witness earlier.
right. I just didn't recognize the first name.
Okay.
Mr.
Thank you,
Padilla-
everybody.
Mr. Padilla,
Thank you.
transcript.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me?
Commissioners, have a good evening.
Thank you.
Mr.
Good
Padilla,
night. Good night.
copy of the
Good
transcript.
night. Yeah.
Mr. Padilla, do you need a copy of the transcript?
My understanding is that transcript would be posted on the commission's website. Am I incorrect in that understanding?
I'm not entirely sure what happens with it now.
It will be posted in eDocket after 10 days, but if you need it sooner than 10 days, you will have to order it directly from the court reporter.
All right. Mr. Court Reporter, can you give me your phone number? I'll have to talk to my client.
The number is 602-999-1131.
And who do I ask for?
That would be me, David Lee.
All right, Mr. Lee. I will talk to my client and I will let you know.
Thank you. Mr.
Thank you
Sullivan.
very much.
Mr. Sullivan,
Yes.
do I need to produce the transcript quickly?
We no longer need it to be expedited if that is better for you. Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks for all the work, David.
Hey, everybody.